No contact can feel like stepping into the unknown. You wonder if they're thinking about you, if they're missing you, if they're even feeling the same kind of pain you are. But here's the truth. Silence isn't always what it seems. Just because they aren't reaching out doesn't mean they aren't struggling. In fact, there's one key sign, a powerful, undeniable indicator that your ex is actually hurting during no contact. And once you recognize it, everything will change. You see, people don't always express pain the way we expect them to. Some lash out, some isolate, and others pretend like nothing is wrong at all. But deep down, emotions don't just vanish. As Sigmund Freud once said, unexpressed emotions will never die. They are buried alive and will come forth later in uglier ways. Your ex might be acting cool, detached, even happy on the surface. But trust me, if you know what to look for, the cracks will start to show. Many people assume that if their ex isn't texting, calling, or showing visible distress, they must be perfectly fine. But what if I told you that silence can be a mask, a defense mechanism? Often the person who acts the most unaffected is the one who is struggling the most. Their pride, their ego, their fear of vulnerability, it all keeps them from admitting that no contact is getting to them. Think about it. If they truly didn't care, would they be going out of their way to prove how much fun they're having? Would they be suddenly more active on social media, posting things they never cared about before? Would they be subtly trying to remind you they exist without actually reaching out? These behaviors aren't random, they're calculated. They're signs of discomfort, of emotional resistance, of someone who is feeling the void that your absence has left. The legendary Stoic philosopher Epictetus once said, "People are disturbed not by things, but by the view they take of them." Your ex's biggest struggle isn't your absence, it's what your absence represents. It's the realization that they no longer have access to you, that you're not at their emotional disposal anymore. And when that reality starts to sink in, it stings. But here's the kicker. The moment they start showing this key sign, it means they are internally battling the effects of no contact. It means your silence is speaking louder than any words ever could. It means you've shifted the dynamic, and now they are the ones wrestling with uncertainty. They might not admit it, but trust me, when you recognize this sign, you'll know you're in their head. And here's why this matters. Understanding this one crucial sign can change the way you view no contact entirely. Instead of doubting yourself, wondering if it's working or if they even care, you'll have clarity. You'll see the psychological shift happening in real time, and you'll realize just how much power you hold in this situation. So, if you've ever questioned whether your ex is actually hurting, if no contact is really affecting them, this is the video you need to watch until the end. Because today, we're breaking it all down, piece by piece, so that you'll never second-guess yourself again. Sign number 1. They suddenly become more active on social media. One of the clearest signs that your ex is actually hurting during no contact is a sudden spike in their social media activity. If they barely posted before, but now they're flooding their stories, updating their statuses, or sharing happy moments, don't be fooled. It's not just a coincidence. You see, when people are genuinely content and moving on, they don't feel the need to broadcast it. But when someone is struggling with no contact, they often try to prove to themselves and to you that they're doing just fine. It's a form of emotional self-defense. They don't want to reach out directly, but they still want to be noticed. Think about it. Why would someone who claims to be unaffected suddenly start posting more selfies, nights out, or gym sessions? Why would they go out of their way to make their life look better now that you're gone? The answer is simple. Because they want you to see it. They want to plant a seed of doubt in your mind, to make you wonder if you made a mistake, to trigger a reaction from you. As the great philosopher Lao Tzu once said, "He who is contented is rich." Truly happy people don't seek external validation. But when someone is hurting and unsure of themselves, they crave attention, even if it's indirect. That's why an ex who suddenly becomes a social media star is often someone who is feeling the sting of your absence. And here's the kicker. They're watching your reaction just as much as they hope you're watching theirs. They might check to see if you've viewed their stories, or post something suspiciously aimed at your past relationship. Maybe a song lyric about heartbreak, a cryptic quote about moving on, or even something meant to make you jealous. But make no mistake, if they didn't care, they wouldn't be trying this hard. So, if you notice your ex suddenly acting like an influencer when they were never that into social media before, pay attention. It's not about the pictures, the status updates, or the captions. It's about why they're doing it. Their silence may be saying one thing, but their online behavior is telling the truth. They feel your absence, and it's getting to them. Sign number 2. They're reaching out indirectly through mutual friends or random messages. One of the biggest signs that your ex is actually hurting during no contact is when they start reaching out to you indirectly, through mutual friends, acquaintances, or even in seemingly random ways. You might not hear from them directly, but suddenly a mutual friend mentions that your ex was just asking how you've been. Or maybe someone close to them slips in a casual remark like, "I ran into your ex the other day and they seemed curious about what you've been up to." This isn't just small talk. It's a calculated way for them to check in on you without breaking no contact themselves. Why do they do this? Because they're hurting, but their pride won't let them come to you directly. Instead, they test the waters, trying to gauge if you've moved on or if you're still thinking about them. As Napoleon Bonaparte once said, "Never interrupt your enemy when he's making a mistake." Your ex may have thought no contact would be easy, but now they're realizing it's not, and they're looking for ways to regain control, without making themselves too vulnerable. Sometimes their indirect outreach isn't even through people, it's through random out-of-nowhere messages. Maybe they send you a text that seems completely unrelated, like, "Hey, do you still have my hoodie? Do you know the name of that restaurant we went to? I just saw something that reminded me of you." These messages are not about the hoodie. They're not about the restaurant. They are a way for your ex to break the silence without admitting they miss you. They want to see if you'll respond, if you're still emotionally available to them, if they still have a place in your life. But here's the key. If your ex is truly over you, they wouldn't need these little excuses to reach out. When someone is happy and healed, they move forward with clarity. When they're hurting, they look for loopholes to reconnect, without fully committing to reconciliation. So if you notice your ex suddenly getting curious about your life through mutual friends, or sending you random unnecessary messages, take it as a sign. No contact is working. They are feeling your absence, and they don't know how to handle it. Sign number 3. They start posting cryptic or emotional content. Another major sign that your ex is actually hurting during no contact. they start posting cryptic, emotional, or overly philosophical content that seems way too specific to be random. You're scrolling through social media and suddenly you see your ex sharing deep quotes about love, heartbreak, or new beginnings. Maybe they post lyrics from a sad song, something like, "Some people never change, they just find new ways to lie." Funny how people say they care, but disappear when you need them most. If you love something, let it go. If it comes back, it was meant to be. Let's be real. This isn't just for their followers. It's for you. It's their way of expressing emotions without actually reaching out. Because deep down, they're hoping you'll see it and start wondering if it's about you. The great psychologist Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." What does that mean here? It means your ex may not even fully realize why they're doing this. Their emotions are surfacing, and instead of facing them directly, they're channeling them into vague, indirect messages. And here's the kicker. If someone was truly happy and moving on, they wouldn't feel the need to post like this. They wouldn't need to send out hidden signals or play emotional chess. When you're at peace, you don't need to prove it to the world. So if you see your ex suddenly sharing deep, moody, or philosophical posts about life and relationships, especially if they never used to do this, take it as a sign. They're hurting, they're thinking about you, and no contact is getting to them more than they'd ever admit. Sign number 4. They start overcompensating, acting happier than ever. One of the biggest signs that your ex is actually hurting during no contact is when they suddenly start acting like they're having the time of their life. You know the type. Suddenly they're always out with friends, going to new places, partying more than usual, or posting non-stop about how amazing their life is now. It's almost as if they're trying to prove something. But here's the truth. When someone is genuinely happy, they don't need to convince the world. As the legendary Maya Angelou once said, "When someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time." But in this case, what they're showing isn't who they really are. It's who they want you to think they are. This kind of behavior is classic overcompensation. They want you to see how much fun they're having, how great they're doing without you, how free they feel. But deep down, if they were truly at peace, they wouldn't need to put on a show. Think about it. If they never used to go out much but are now suddenly clubbing every weekend, or if they start posting exaggerated happiness that feels out of character, it's not just a coincidence. It's a defense mechanism. They're trying to fill the void your absence left, distracting themselves from the emotions they don't want to face. And here's the real giveaway. If you don't react, they double down. If their first attempt doesn't get your attention, they go even harder. More parties, more fun, more staged photos. But the harder they try, the more obvious it becomes. They're not over you, they're hurting. So, if your ex suddenly becomes a social butterfly, acting like life has never been better, don't be fooled. More often than not, it's just a mask for what they don't want to admit. No contact is affecting them more than they ever expected. Sign number 5. They get angry or passive-aggressive toward you. If your ex suddenly starts showing signs of anger, irritation, or passive-aggressive behavior, it's a major indicator that no contact is getting to them, and they don't know how to handle it. You might notice little jabs, subtle digs, or even full-blown hostility, either directly or indirectly. Maybe they suddenly unfollow or block you, only to unblock you later. Maybe they make snide remarks through mutual friends, saying things like, "Guess they moved on fast. I always knew they were selfish. I hope they find what they're looking for." Or maybe they post things that seem a little too pointed, like, "Some people don't know how to appreciate what they have until it's gone." Funny how people act like they're fine when they're not. "I don't have time for fake people anymore." Sounds familiar? That's because this behavior isn't about indifference. It's about pain. As Aristotle once said, anybody can become angry. That is easy. But to be angry with the right person, and to the right degree, and at the right time, that is not within everybody's power. When someone is truly over a breakup, they don't waste energy being bitter. But when they're hurting, they lash out. And anger is often a sign of unresolved emotions, whether they realize it or not. This passive-aggressive behavior is a way for them to reclaim control. They want to get a reaction out of you. They want you to feel guilty, to second-guess yourself, or to break no contact first. Because deep down they miss you, but their ego won't let them admit it. So if your ex suddenly goes from silence to throwing shade, acting distant, or even trying to make you jealous, take it as confirmation. They're not indifferent. They're struggling. No contact is working, and they feel it. Sign number 6. They try to accidentally bump into you. One of the clearest signs that your ex is actually hurting during no contact is when they suddenly start showing up in places you frequently go, as if by coincidence. You stop by your favorite coffee shop, and guess who just happens to be there? You go to the gym at your usual time, and suddenly they're working out right next to you. A mutual friend invites you to a party, and, surprise, your ex just happened to show up too. Now, let's be real. Most of the time, this is not a coincidence. If they never used to go to these places before, but now they're magically appearing in your world, it's because they want to be seen. They're hoping that by being physically present, they'll trigger some kind of reaction from you. As the great psychologist Carl Jung once said, there is no such thing as coincidence, only the illusion of coincidence. Your ex might act surprised to see you, but deep down, they've likely planned it. Why do they do this? Because no contact is getting to them. They don't want to reach out directly, maybe out of pride, fear, or uncertainty, but they also don't want to completely disappear from your life. So, they create opportunities to run into you, hoping that the universe, or fate, or chance, will do what they're too afraid to do themselves. And here's where it gets interesting. If you don't react, they'll do it again. They'll keep trying to put themselves in your path until they get some kind of response. Because their biggest fear is that you've truly moved on. So if your ex suddenly seems to be everywhere you go, don't ignore the sign. They're feeling your absence, and they're trying, consciously or unconsciously, to break no contact without actually saying it outright. The truth about no contact and your ex's pain. By now, you've seen the signs, the cryptic posts, the sudden social media glow-up, the indirect messages, the anger, and even the accidental run-ins. These aren't random behaviors. These are signals that your ex is struggling with no contact far more than they'd ever admit. But here's the key. What you do next determines everything. You see, a lot of people panic when they notice their ex hurting. They take it as a sign to reach out, to check in, or to break no contact too soon. But that's exactly what your ex subconsciously wants. To pull you back in before they've fully processed what losing you really means. As the legendary Sun Tzu once said in The Art of War, the opportunity of defeating the enemy is provided by the enemy himself. And no, your ex isn't your enemy, but the principle is the same. The more they show their emotional struggle, the more power you actually have in this situation. If your goal is to rebuild something stronger, the worst thing you can do is break no contact just because they're showing signs of distress. Instead, stay patient. Let them fully feel your absence. Let them sit with the reality that you are not just an option they can return to whenever they want. Only then will they truly realize what they've lost. And if you're serious about taking back your power in this situation, here's what I want you to do. Drop a comment below and write, "I choose my peace." Because at the end of the day, no contact isn't about making your ex suffer. It's about making sure you heal, grow, and step into the best version of yourself. And if you want more in-depth guidance on how to navigate breakups, relationships, and self-growth, make sure to subscribe and hit that notification bell. Because trust me, what's coming next will completely shift your perspective on love and attraction. This has been Ace Wisdom, and I'll see you in the next video. There's a moment, one single quiet moment, when an avoidant ex realizes they miss you. But here's the kicker. It's not when you think it is. It's not when you're texting them at 2 a.m. pouring your heart out. It's not when you're trying to prove your worth or chasing their affection. It happens in the silence, in the stillness, in the space where they once felt your presence. And now it's gone. At first, they feel relief. The weight of the relationship is lifted. No expectations, no deep conversations, no vulnerability. They tell themselves they don't need anyone. They convince themselves that distance is safety. But even the most independent minds aren't immune to loss. As the great Carl Jung once said, "What you resist persists." They resist emotional intimacy, yet the absence of it haunts them. They may not even recognize it at first. They go about their routine, filling their time with distractions, believing they've made the right choice. But then, something strange happens. They check their phone, and nothing. The messages that once filled their screen are gone. The person who always reached out, who always cared, who always made an effort, has disappeared. It's like walking into a familiar room only to realize that all the furniture is gone. They expected you to still be there, waiting in the wings, orbiting their world like a planet caught in their gravitational pull. That's when the first flicker of longing creeps in. Think of it like a song they never paid attention to until it stopped playing. Silence amplifies absence, and as days turn into weeks, they start wondering, what are you doing? Are you thinking about them? Have you moved on? They may even try to convince themselves they're fine, but deep down, a void begins to grow. Plato once said, "We can easily forgive a child who is afraid of the dark." The real tragedy of life is when men are afraid of the light. And for an avoidant, emotional closeness is that light. They fear it, but they also crave it. They won't act on these feelings immediately. No, that would be too vulnerable. Instead, they'll test the waters. Maybe they'll like an old post, send a random "hey" text, or ask mutual friends about you. But here's the secret. If you're still there, waiting, they won't feel the loss deeply enough. It's only when they truly believe you're gone that the reality of missing you sets in. And this is why detachment is your superpower. Maya Angelou put it best. Never make someone a priority when all you are to them is an option. If you want them to feel your absence, you have to become unavailable, not as a game, but as a declaration of self-worth. The moment you stop chasing, the moment you reclaim your energy, is the moment they start to wonder what they lost. This is the paradox of the avoidant mind. They long for connection, but fear its weight. They crave closeness, but push it away the moment it arrives. And here's what they don't realize until it's too late. Intimacy isn't just about presence. It's about consistency. When they lose you, they lose the person who made them feel seen, who understood them in a way they struggled to understand themselves. So, if you're stuck wondering when or if they'll ever miss you, pay attention. Their moment of realization won't come from your words. It won't come from your attempts to remind them of what you had. It will come when they sit alone with their thoughts and realize you're no longer orbiting their world. And when that moment hits, trust me, you'll be the first thing on their mind. But here's the bigger question. By the time they finally feel your absence, will you still care? Stick with me until the end of this video, because what I'm about to reveal next will completely shift your perspective on avoidance, relationships, and the power of your own presence. So, here's a challenge for you. Stop waiting for them to miss you. Stop living in a world where you're defined by their absence. Instead, declare your freedom and your truth. Write it down, say it out loud, and own it. I will live my truth. By doing this, you begin to shift the power dynamic. You force them to confront a version of you that isn't waiting for their acknowledgement or validation. Instead, you become a person of value, someone who won't be swayed by their empty promises or familiar games. And if you're finding value in this message, make sure to like this video and subscribe to the channel. We want to hear from you too. Comment below with a mantra that resonates with the idea of reclaiming your power. Additionally, consider joining the Ace Wisdom family by becoming a channel member. Your support helps us create and produce higher quality content for everyone. Together, we can explore these concepts more deeply and empower each other to live authentically. Let's get started on this journey to self-discovery and empowerment. Stay focused and remember that the path to reclaiming your worth begins with understanding the exact moment an avoidant ex starts missing you. Number 1. Understanding avoidant attachment. To grasp the dynamics at play when an avoidant ex starts missing you, it's essential to understand the concept of avoidant attachment. Individuals with an avoidant attachment style often struggle with intimacy and vulnerability. Their past experiences shape a belief that closeness can lead to pain, so they instinctively create emotional distance in relationships. This defense mechanism can manifest in various ways, from dismissing feelings to withdrawing during moments of emotional connection. Understanding this behavior is crucial because it allows you to see the relationship for what it is. Rather than taking their avoidance personally, you recognize it as a reflection of their struggles. When a relationship with an avoidant partner ends, the silence that follows may seem deafening. They may appear unfazed by the breakup, reinforcing the belief that they simply don't care. However, it's important to realize that their initial response is often a facade. Underneath their calm exterior lies a whirlwind of emotions they're unwilling or unable to confront. They may miss you, but won't readily admit it, as doing so would require them to face their vulnerabilities and the very emotions they've worked so hard to suppress. This can create a paradox where they feel your absence deeply, but react by maintaining the emotional distance they've always known. Another layer to consider is the role of fear in the avoidant mindset. Fear of rejection and fear of losing independence often plague those with an avoidant attachment style. Even if they do start to miss you, they may grapple with the anxiety of what that means for their sense of self. They may wonder if reaching out would signify a weakness or lead to a cycle of dependency they desperately want to avoid. This fear can lead them to stay silent, causing them to oscillate between wanting to connect and retreating back into their emotional shell. Interestingly, their silence can create an illusion of control. When you're not in contact, it feeds their narrative that they can dictate the pace of emotional engagement. They feel more secure when they think they can maintain the upper hand by staying distant. But here's the twist. While they may think they're in control, your absence can stir a sense of longing that disrupts this false sense of security. They begin to question their choices, and the reality of missing you starts to settle in, although they may struggle to acknowledge it. In these moments, the dynamic shifts subtly. The silence, which was once a comfortable cocoon for them, begins to transform into a source of discomfort. They might reminisce about the connection you shared, feeling the pang of loss creeping in as they start to acknowledge the void you've left. This can be a pivotal moment for them, where they find themselves in a battle between their instincts to retreat and their desire to reconnect. It's a delicate dance that highlights the complexities of human emotions and relationships, especially when it comes to avoidant individuals. Ultimately, recognizing the intricate dance of avoidant attachment can help you navigate your own feelings in the aftermath of the relationship. While it may be tempting to wallow in sadness or confusion about their feelings, understanding that their behavior is rooted in their fear and insecurity allows you to reclaim your narrative. You can choose to move forward, armed with the knowledge that their silence speaks volumes about their inner turmoil rather than your worth or desirability. Understanding avoidant attachment is the first step in unraveling the complexities of your ex's behavior when they start to miss you. It highlights that their emotional distance is not a reflection of your value, but rather a manifestation of their own struggles. By recognizing this, you empower yourself to step away from their narrative and begin to embrace your own truth. It's a journey of self-discovery that leads to personal growth and a clearer understanding of what you deserve in future relationships. Number 2. The moment of realization. The exact moment an avoidant ex starts missing you often hinges on a sudden shift in their internal landscape. For many avoidants, there comes a time when the absence of their partner becomes painfully apparent. They might be going about their daily lives, feeling fine, when an unexpected trigger, a song, a place, or even a conversation, evokes a flood of memories. Suddenly, they find themselves confronted with feelings they've buried under layers of self-protection. This can lead to a moment of realization where they recognize the depth of their emotional attachment to you, which they've previously been too afraid to acknowledge. In that moment, the avoidant ex may feel a mix of emotions, longing, regret, and perhaps a bit of guilt. They might reflect on the connection you shared, the laughter, the support, and the intimacy they now miss. This reckoning can be unsettling for them, as it forces them to confront their avoidance patterns. They might realize that their fear of closeness has cost them something precious. However, the way they process these emotions can be complicated. Instead of reaching out, they may choose to bury these feelings further, fearing vulnerability or rejection if they were to reconnect. This internal conflict often plays out in their minds, where they grapple with the desire to reach out versus the instinct to protect themselves. They may recall the reasons for the breakup, rationalizing their decision to maintain distance. Yet, as time goes on, the emotional weight of your absence can become too heavy to ignore. They might begin to question whether they truly made the right choice, especially if they notice changes in their own emotional state or a shift in their routine due to your absence. Interestingly, avoidance can also be triggered by the realization that you are moving on without them. Social media can play a significant role in this regard. Seeing you happy, thriving, or even dating someone new can stir up feelings of jealousy or loss. They may not have anticipated that their silence would result in your empowerment and growth. This newfound perspective can create an internal struggle, leading them to miss you even more profoundly. They start to wonder if their avoidance was worth the cost of losing someone who genuinely cared for them. As they navigate this moment of realization, it's crucial to remember that the feelings they experience are often laced with confusion. They may miss you while simultaneously feeling the urge to retreat, which can lead to a prolonged state of emotional turmoil. This push and pull is emblematic of their attachment style, where the longing for connection collides with the fear of vulnerability. It's a poignant reminder that while they may want you back, their fear can hold them captive, leaving them unsure of how to proceed. This moment of realization can also catalyze change within the avoidant individual. It can be a wake-up call that prompts them to reconsider their patterns of behavior and their approach to relationships. They might begin to contemplate the possibility of growth, learning to embrace vulnerability, and understanding that true intimacy involves risk. However, this transformation is often gradual and may not manifest as immediate action. Instead, it might lead them to reflect on their feelings, seeking clarity before deciding whether to reach out. The moment an avoidant X starts missing you is a complex interplay of emotions and realizations. It marks a significant turning point where they confront the consequences of their avoidance and the reality of your absence. While they may struggle with conflicting feelings, this moment can also serve as an opportunity for personal growth. Understanding this dynamic allows you to see their behavior through a more compassionate lens, ultimately empowering you to focus on your own healing and journey toward self-discovery. Key point number 3. The impact of silence. Silence can be a powerful force in any relationship, but it takes on an especially profound meaning in the context of an avoidant X missing you. When you choose to remain silent following a breakup, it sends a clear message, one that can have multiple interpretations. For you, silence might feel like a way to protect yourself, to gather your thoughts, or to establish boundaries. But for your avoidant X, this silence can evoke a mixture of anxiety, relief, and, eventually, longing. They might initially perceive your silence as a sign of strength, perhaps even a form of punishment. However, as time goes on, it can morph into a source of discomfort and reflection. During this period of silence, the avoidant X may begin to grapple with their feelings of loss. Initially, they might feel liberated, relishing the space they craved during the relationship. Yet, as days turn into weeks, the absence of your presence can start to weigh heavily on their psyche. They might find themselves reminiscing about the connection you once shared, the laughter, the support, and the moments of intimacy that now feel like a distant memory. It's during this time that they often realize how much they took for granted and how much they truly miss you. This phase of realization can be particularly challenging for an avoidant person. They may experience a sense of confusion as they try to navigate the conflicting emotions that arise. On one hand, they might feel a longing to reconnect with you, to bridge the gap that silence has created. On the other hand, the very thought of vulnerability can be terrifying, triggering their instinct to retreat even further. This internal struggle is a hallmark of avoidant attachment, where the desire for closeness battles against the fear of intimacy. The silence, which they initially welcomed, becomes a painful reminder of what they've lost. Furthermore, silence can amplify their insecurities and fears. In the absence of communication, they may speculate about your feelings and how you're coping. Are you moving on? Have you found someone new? These questions can lead to feelings of inadequacy and self-doubt. They might convince themselves that they weren't worthy of your love, or that they made a mistake in pushing you away. This can create a sense of urgency within them, prompting them to confront their fears of connection and consider reaching out. However, this urge is often met with hesitation, as they fear the vulnerability that comes with such a step. As time passes, the impact of silence can also shift the power dynamic between you. What may have started as a means of self-protection can evolve into an act of empowerment. By choosing not to reach out, you assert your own worth and demonstrate that you are no longer willing to engage in a cycle of emotional unavailability. This can create an unsettling effect on your avoidant ex, who may find themselves longing for the very connection they once took for granted. They begin to recognize that your silence speaks volumes, that it is not just an absence, but a powerful statement of self-respect and autonomy. Ultimately, the silence you maintain can catalyze introspection for your ex. They might start questioning their past behaviors and the reasons behind their avoidant tendencies. This self-reflection can lead to personal growth as they confront their fears and reconsider how they approach relationships. They may begin to realize that vulnerability is not a weakness, but rather a crucial element of genuine connection. It is through this process that they might start to understand the importance of emotional intimacy and the cost of avoiding it. The impact of silence in the context of an avoidant ex missing you is multifaceted. While it can initially serve as a source of relief for them, it ultimately becomes a catalyst for reflection and realization. The absence of communication forces them to confront their feelings of loss and the complexities of their attachment style. As they navigate their emotions, your silence transforms from a shield to a powerful declaration of your self-worth. It becomes a moment for both you and your ex to reflect on what has transpired and to consider the potential for growth and change. Understanding this dynamic allows you to recognize the profound effect silence can have on an avoidant ex, ultimately empowering you on your journey toward healing and self-discovery. Key point number 4. The role of self-reflection. As your avoidant ex grapples with the reality of missing you, self-reflection becomes a critical component of their emotional journey. This process can often be sparked by moments of solitude, where the absence of your presence leaves them with nothing but their thoughts. In the stillness, they may start to reflect on the nature of their feelings, the dynamics of your relationship, and the choices they made that led to the breakup. This inward examination can be both enlightening and uncomfortable, as they confront truths they may have previously avoided. Self-reflection for an avoidant person can be fraught with conflict. They might begin to question their own attachment style and the patterns that have dictated their relationships. Why did they push you away when things got too close? Why did they resist emotional intimacy? These questions can lead them to acknowledge their fear of vulnerability, the very fear that has kept them at arm's length in their connections. It's a pivotal moment where they must confront the reality that their avoidance has not only impacted their relationships, but also their emotional well-being. The process of self-reflection can also spark feelings of regret and longing. As they think back on the moments you shared, they may feel a deep sense of loss. Memories of laughter, support, and emotional connection may resurface, contrasting sharply with the loneliness they now experience. This nostalgia can be painful, highlighting the disparity between their previous emotional state and their current reality. They may begin to wish they had acted differently, leading to a longing for the intimacy they once resisted. This reflection can be a turning point, prompting them to reconsider their past actions and the importance of connection in their lives. Moreover, during this period of self-reflection, the avoidant X may start to recognize the impact of their attachment style on their interactions with others. They might come to understand how their fear of intimacy has created barriers, not just with you, but in all their relationships. This awareness can lead to a desire for change, a yearning to break free from the cycles of avoidance that have dictated their emotional experiences. They might contemplate seeking help, whether through therapy or self-help resources, to work on their attachment issues and develop healthier relationship patterns. However, self-reflection is not always a linear process. While some avoidant individuals may embrace this opportunity for growth, others might fall back into old habits, fearing the vulnerability that comes with emotional exploration. They may oscillate between wanting to reconnect with you and retreating into their familiar patterns of avoidance. This push-pull dynamic can be frustrating, both for them and for you. Nevertheless, it is important to remember that this inner turmoil is part of their journey. Acknowledging their conflicting desires is a step towards understanding their emotional landscape. As they continue to reflect, the significance of your absence may crystallize. They might begin to see how your presence in their life brought a sense of stability and joy that they now crave. This realization can lead to a renewed desire to connect, albeit tempered by their fear of intimacy. They may feel compelled to reach out, not only to express their feelings of missing you, but also to demonstrate their willingness to confront their vulnerabilities. This desire for connection can be a powerful motivator for change, pushing them to reconsider their past actions and the choices they make moving forward. Self-reflection plays a pivotal role in the moment an avoidant X starts to miss you. It is a complex process that forces them to confront their fears, regrets, and desires. Through this journey of introspection, they may gain valuable insights into their attachment style and the impact it has had on their relationships. While the path of self-discovery can be fraught with challenges, it ultimately presents an opportunity for growth and transformation. Understanding this aspect of their emotional journey allows you to navigate your own feelings with compassion and clarity, recognizing that their struggle to connect is rooted in their fears, not in a lack of love or appreciation for you. As we wrap up this exploration of the exact moment an avoidant X starts missing you, it's clear that the journey through silence, self-reflection, and reconnection is both profound and complex. By understanding their emotional landscape and the dynamics of your relationship, you empower yourself to navigate this challenging process with clarity and compassion. Remember, embracing vulnerability, and fostering open communication can pave the way for a healthier connection, not just with your ex, but within yourself as well. If you found this video insightful, I encourage you to like and subscribe to our channel for more content that delves into the intricacies of relationships. Your support helps us create even more valuable videos tailored to your needs. Don't forget to comment below with your thoughts on today's topic or share your own experiences. And for those of you looking for more guidance on navigating these tricky waters, be sure to join us for our next video. How to stop an avoidant ex from pulling away again. We'll explore practical strategies to help you maintain emotional intimacy and prevent the familiar patterns of avoidance from resurfacing. Thank you for being part of the Ace Wisdom community. Remember, every journey is unique, so take the insights that resonate with you and apply them to your own experience. Until next time, stay focused on your truth and continue to nurture your own growth. They came back, just like you wanted, just like you hoped. But something feels off, doesn't it? They're here, but they're not really here. Distant, guarded, like a stranger wearing the face of someone you used to know. And now you're left wondering, why? Why come back if they're just going to act like this? What's the point? What does it mean? Is this a test? A trap? A second chance? Or just another cycle in a game you didn't even realize you were playing? But here's the truth. One the Stoics understood well: detachment is a form of control. Marcus Aurelius once said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." Realize this, and you will find strength. Your avoidant ex? They live by this rule, whether they realize it or not. They don't come back because they're ready to love you. They come back to see if they still have an effect on you. To confirm that, despite all the silence, the space, the time apart, they still exist in your mind. You think they're distant because they're unsure, hesitant, maybe even scared of their feelings. And maybe, just maybe, that's true. But more often than not, this distance, it's their shield. It's the way they keep the upper hand. Because as long as you're the one trying to close the gap, they never have to face what they actually feel. They can stay safe, untouched, in control. Seneca put it best. He who suffers before it is necessary suffers more than is necessary. Right now, you're suffering over their distance, their mixed signals, their half-hearted return. You're over-analyzing every message, every hesitation, every cold reply. But ask yourself, why are you chasing clarity from someone who thrives in confusion? Why are you looking for emotional security in someone who has spent their whole life avoiding it? Here's what you need to understand. Avoidants don't come back because they've suddenly changed. They come back because they sense you've moved on just enough for them to miss the attention. But they don't want to risk real intimacy. They want access, not connection. Control, not commitment. And the moment they feel you slipping away again, that's when they return, just close enough to reignite your hope, but distant enough to keep you on edge. So what do? You stop playing their game. You stop letting their distance make you desperate. You stop assuming their silence means something deeper than what it is, avoidance. And instead, you focus on your truth. Epictetus reminds us, if someone is able to provoke you, realize that your mind is complicit in the provocation. You don't have to react. You don't have to chase. You don't have to prove anything to anyone, especially not to someone who has already shown you what they're capable of. And I know what you're thinking. What if I ignore them and they walk away for good? Good. Let them. Because the right person won't need to test your patience to see if you care. They won't need to create distance just to feel safe. And they definitely won't come back only to make you feel less loved than when they left. So here's your mantra. I will not chase confusion. I will not beg for clarity. I will stand in my truth. Comment it below. Declare it. Own it. And while you're at it, hit that like button, subscribe, and join the Ace Wisdom family by becoming a channel member. Click the link in the description. Your support helps us create better videos, reach more people, and bring you the clarity you deserve. Let's get started. Stay focused. Reason number 1. They want to test the waters. When an avoidant ex returns but acts distant, one of the primary reasons could be that they are testing the waters to see how you react. It's a classic move for someone who thrives on emotional detachment. They're not fully committing. Instead, they're gauging whether the emotional connection still exists, or if you've truly moved on. This behavior is rooted in their fear of vulnerability. They want to see if there's still a spark, but without fully engaging in the relationship again. This testing phase can feel incredibly frustrating for you. You might be wondering what's going on in their mind and why they can't just be straightforward. Instead of coming back to rekindle what you had, they remain distant, which leaves you in a state of uncertainty. This uncertainty is precisely what they thrive on. Avoidants often keep people at arm's length to maintain control over their emotions and the situation. They may be seeking reassurance without having to expose their feelings, using your reactions as a litmus test for how much they still mean to you. For them, it's not just about seeing if you still care. It's about maintaining their comfort zone. If you're still responding positively to their minimal effort, it reassures them that they can navigate this emotional landscape without fully committing. They might want to feel wanted without the pressure of a serious relationship. In this sense, their distance becomes a defense mechanism, a way to protect themselves from the very vulnerability that intimacy demands. However, this dynamic creates an unhealthy cycle for both of you. While they may think they're playing it safe, you're left grappling with confusion and frustration. You might feel like you're stuck in a loop, where every interaction feels like a game. You want to move forward to find clarity, but their constant distance prevents you from doing so. The longer they linger in this state, the more you're forced to question your feelings and the validity of the relationship. Moreover, their approach can be emotionally draining. You may find yourself constantly analyzing their behavior, looking for signs that indicate whether they're genuinely interested or just keeping you on standby. This emotional labor can lead to feelings of inadequacy, as you start to wonder if you're not worth their full attention. The reality is that their behavior reflects their internal struggles, not your worth as a person. Recognizing this pattern can empower you to reclaim your own emotional stability. Instead of falling into the trap of chasing them for clarity or reassurance, you can choose to focus on your own needs and boundaries. Remember, a relationship should not be about one person constantly testing the other's commitment. It should be a mutual effort, built on trust and genuine connection. By reframing your perspective, you can distance yourself from their games and assert your own emotional boundaries. In the end, understanding that their distant behavior stems from their fear of vulnerability allows you to detach your worth from their actions. It's not about you not being good enough. It's about them not being ready to engage fully. By acknowledging this, you free yourself from the emotional tug-of-war and open the door for healthier connections in the future. You deserve someone who is willing to dive in with both feet, not someone who's just dipping a toe into the water. Reason number 2. They're seeking reassurance. Another significant reason your avoidant ex may return but act distant is that they are seeking reassurance without wanting to engage fully. It's a common trait among those with avoidant attachment styles. They crave validation but fear the emotional intimacy that comes with it. When they come back into your life, they're often looking for confirmation that they're still valued and desired, without having to expose themselves to the potential pain of re-engagement. For them, this behavior serves as a means to boost their self-esteem. They might think, if I can just find out that they still care, I'll feel better about myself. However, this kind of reassurance is inherently flawed. Their approach relies on superficial interaction rather than deep emotional connection, leaving you feeling unfulfilled and confused. You're left wondering why they can't commit to the relationship if they're seeking validation. This need for reassurance can manifest in several ways. They might send sporadic messages, initiate casual hangouts, or check in on social media. But when you respond or show interest, they pull back. This push-pull dynamic is frustrating because you're left trying to decipher their mixed signals. It's as if they want to keep you close enough to reassure themselves, but they're not ready to face the emotional risks of true intimacy. Moreover, the longer they maintain this distant behavior, the more it can trigger insecurities in you. You might start to question your value and whether they truly care about you. This dynamic can create a cycle of doubt and emotional turmoil, where you're left feeling like you're constantly seeking validation from someone who's not fully available. The very act of their return can feel more like a tease than a genuine opportunity to reconnect. Their need for reassurance is deeply rooted in their fear of rejection and abandonment. They want to feel secure without having to risk vulnerability, but this strategy often backfires. Instead of providing them with the comfort they seek, it leads to emotional distance and frustration for both parties. You might be left feeling like a mere source of validation rather than a partner. Recognizing that they're seeking reassurance can empower you to shift your focus. Instead of waiting for them to confirm your worth, remind yourself that your value isn't tied to someone else's approval. Emphasize your own emotional health and surround yourself with those who appreciate you fully. When you detach from their need for validation, you can create space for healthier relationships where both partners are equally invested. Ultimately, their distant behavior speaks volumes about their emotional state. They're not ready to confront their own feelings, which is why they revert to seeking superficial reassurance. By understanding this pattern, you can reclaim your own power and focus on building connections that are rooted in genuine love and mutual respect. You deserve a partner who is willing to engage wholeheartedly, not someone who keeps you on the sidelines while they seek validation. Reason number 3. They fear vulnerability. One of the most compelling reasons your avoidant ex may return yet still act distant is their deep-seated fear of vulnerability. For individuals with an avoidant attachment style, emotional intimacy can feel overwhelming. They've often built walls around themselves to protect against potential hurt, making it challenging for them to fully engage in any relationship. When they come back into your life, it's typically not a sign that they've changed. Rather, it highlights their struggle with opening up. This fear of vulnerability can manifest in various ways. They might oscillate between moments of connection and sudden withdrawal, creating a sense of instability in your interactions. One minute they may seem interested and engaged, but the next, they retreat behind their emotional walls. This erratic behavior can leave you feeling confused and anxious, as you're left wondering which version of them you'll encounter next. The paradox here is that while they desire connection, the very thought of exposing their true selves can be terrifying. They may long for the closeness they once shared with you, but simultaneously recoil at the idea of being vulnerable. This internal conflict can cause them to act distant as a means of self-preservation. They might think, if I don't let them in, I can't get hurt. Yet this fear ultimately prevents them from experiencing the intimacy they crave. You may find yourself in a frustrating position where you want to bridge the emotional gap but feel met with resistance. Their behavior can feel like a wall that you can't penetrate, leaving you to wonder if they truly want to be close, or if they're simply trying to keep you at arm's length. This pattern is exhausting, and it can make you question the very foundation of your relationship. Furthermore, their fear of vulnerability often leads to self-sabotaging behaviors. They may engage in petty arguments, make excuses for not spending time together, or throw up barriers that prevent deeper discussions about feelings and commitment. These actions can be a way to test the waters without fully committing, as they want to see how much they can get from you without risking their own emotional safety. Recognizing that their distance is rooted in fear can be a turning point for you. It allows you to approach the situation with empathy while also setting your own boundaries. Understand that you cannot force someone to be vulnerable or to confront their fears. You can, however, choose to protect your own emotional well-being. Instead of trying to break down their walls, focus on creating a space where vulnerability can be encouraged but not forced. Ultimately, their fear of vulnerability doesn't reflect your worth or desirability. It reflects their own internal struggles. By acknowledging this, you can begin to detach your self-esteem from their actions and seek out relationships where both parties are willing to engage openly. You deserve a connection that's built on trust and emotional safety, not one that's constantly overshadowed by fear and distance. Reason number 4. They're testing your commitment. Another reason your avoidant ex may return but act distant is that they are testing your commitment to see how much you're willing to invest in the relationship. This can be a common tactic for someone who has unresolved feelings but struggles with their own fears and insecurities. By maintaining a certain level of emotional distance, they gauge your reactions and determine if you are still invested enough to pursue them. It's a form of self-protection. If they can keep you on the line, they can control the dynamics of the relationship without truly engaging. For them, this testing of commitment often manifests as a series of mixed signals. One day, they may seem interested, reaching out or wanting to spend time together. The next, they might pull back completely, leaving you in a state of confusion. This behavior allows them to maintain a sense of control. They want to see how far you'll go to prove your feelings before deciding whether to reciprocate or retreat. It's a psychological game that can be emotionally taxing for both parties. The crux of this testing lies in their fear of abandonment. They want to feel assured that you care enough to stick around, even when they are distant. However, this need for reassurance can come off as manipulative. You might find yourself feeling like you're walking on eggshells, constantly adjusting your behavior in response to theirs. This is not a healthy dynamic, as it places the burden of emotional stability solely on your shoulders. As they test your commitment, they are also projecting their own insecurities. Their behavior often stems from past experiences of being let down or abandoned, leading them to question whether anyone would truly be there for them in times of need. However, rather than addressing these fears directly, they resort to indirect tactics that leave you feeling uncertain and anxious. They might think, if they care enough, they'll wait for me to figure this out. Recognizing this pattern can empower you to take a step back and evaluate the situation. You shouldn't have to prove your commitment through endless cycles of testing. Instead, it's essential to establish clear boundaries for yourself. You deserve to be in a relationship where both partners actively contribute to the emotional landscape, rather than one where you're consistently validating someone else's insecurities. In the end, their need to test your commitment reveals more about their struggles than it does about your worth. By acknowledging this, you can reclaim your power and refocus on your own emotional needs. You deserve a partner who values you enough to invest in the relationship without making you jump through hoops to prove your loyalty. Establishing a healthy relationship dynamic involves open communication and mutual commitment, not a game of emotional chess. Ultimately, the key is to recognize that their distant behavior is not a reflection of your value, but rather a manifestation of their fears and insecurities. By prioritizing your own emotional health and seeking relationships built on trust and genuine connection, you can break free from the cycle of testing and create a more fulfilling romantic experience. Reason number 5. They're uncertain about their feelings. Another compelling reason your avoidant ex may return, yet act distant, is that they are uncertain about their feelings. This uncertainty can stem from a variety of factors, including unresolved emotions from your previous relationship, fear of commitment, or simply confusion about what they truly want. When they re-enter your life, they may be trying to figure out their feelings while simultaneously keeping you at arm's length. This indecisiveness can manifest as emotional distance, leaving you feeling frustrated and unsure of where you stand. For avoidant individuals, acknowledging and expressing their feelings can be incredibly challenging. They may struggle to articulate their emotions, fearing that doing so might make them vulnerable. As a result, when they come back into your life, they might oscillate between moments of closeness and withdrawal. They may want to reconnect with you, but are also grappling with doubts and fears that prevent them from fully committing. This internal conflict can make it feel as though they're playing a game, leading you to question their intentions. Their uncertainty often arises from a combination of past experiences and a fear of the unknown. They might have unresolved feelings about your previous relationship or be dealing with insecurities that make them hesitant to jump back in. They could be reflecting on what went wrong before and wondering if the same issues will resurface. This is particularly common for avoidants, who often fear intimacy because of the potential for emotional pain. As they navigate their feelings, they may inadvertently create a sense of emotional instability in your interactions. You might find yourself feeling like a backup plan or a safety net rather than a valued partner. This can be incredibly disheartening as you want to engage and build a connection, but their uncertainty keeps you on the outside looking in. This push and pull dynamic can leave you feeling vulnerable and questioning your own emotions. Recognizing that their distant behavior stems from uncertainty can be a pivotal moment for you. It allows you to approach the situation with compassion while also understanding your own worth. You should never have to bear the weight of someone else's emotional indecision. Instead, you can focus on establishing your own boundaries and prioritizing your emotional health. While it's important to be empathetic, it's equally essential to protect yourself from being caught in a cycle of confusion. Ultimately, their uncertainty about their feelings doesn't reflect a deficiency in you. Rather, it reveals their internal struggles. By understanding this, you can choose to step back and give them the space they need to figure out their emotions without sacrificing your own needs. You deserve a relationship where both partners are willing to explore their feelings openly and commit to building a meaningful connection. It's vital to remember that you should not be responsible for another person's emotional clarity. Their distant behavior may stem from their uncertainty, but that does not diminish your value or the type of love you deserve. By focusing on your own growth and seeking relationships that foster mutual understanding and emotional safety, you can move forward toward a healthier, more fulfilling romantic experience. Thank you for joining us in exploring the complex dynamics of why an avoidant ex may return but act distant. We've unpacked several reasons, from their fear of vulnerability and unresolved trauma to their need for control and testing your commitment. Understanding these behaviors can empower you to navigate your emotions and make informed decisions about your own well-being. Remember, you deserve a relationship where both partners are fully engaged, open, and willing to grow together. If you found this video helpful, please give it a thumbs up and consider subscribing to our channel for more insightful content. Your support allows us to continue creating videos that foster understanding and emotional growth. We'd also love to hear from you. Share your thoughts or personal experiences in the comments below. What resonated with you most about today's discussion? And don't forget to join the Ace Wisdom family by becoming a channel member. Click the link in the video description to learn how you can support us in producing higher quality content. Together, we can build a community that promotes healing and understanding. Now, stay tuned for our next video, where we'll delve into another intriguing topic. Why an avoidant ex watches your stories but stays silent. You won't want to miss it. Until next time, take care of yourselves and remember to prioritize your emotional health. Keep moving forward with clarity and strength. Thank you for watching. They don't regret losing you when you're still waiting. They don't miss you when you're still available. And they don't fear losing you when you're still playing their game. The truth is, an avoidant ex only starts to feel the weight of their choices when you do the one thing they never expected: walk away for good. Not in silence, not in hope, but in truth. Because when you truly leave, when you take your energy, your attention, your love, and your presence away, you create something they can't control: uncertainty. And if there's one thing an avoidant fears more than attachment, it's losing their sense of control. Marcus Aurelius once said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." That's what walking away is. It's reclaiming your power. It's not about making them miss you. It's about removing yourself from a situation that no longer serves you. And paradoxically, that's when they start to feel it. Because as long as they believe you're still emotionally invested, they're comfortable. They know you'll always be there, waiting, hoping, hurting. But when you walk away and mean it, that's when regret creeps in. That's when the avoidant ex who thought they were safe starts to question everything. You see, avoidants don't process emotions the way you do. They don't feel the loss immediately. At first, they might even feel relief. But over time, something shifts. Your absence creates a void, a space where they once expected you to be. And when they realize that space is permanent, when they see that you're no longer orbiting around them, that's when the regret hits. That's when they start to wonder if they made a mistake, if you were actually the one who got away. But let's be clear, this isn't about manipulation. This isn't about walking away just to trigger regret. That's still playing the game. No, this is about choosing yourself. Walking away because you refuse to settle for breadcrumbs. Because you deserve someone who meets you where you are, not someone who runs every time things get real. As Seneca said, luck is what happens when preparation meets opportunity. The real power isn't in their regret. It's in the new life you build once you let go. And when they come back, because many of them will, you won't be the same person they left. They'll try the same tactics, the same push-pull dynamics, but it won't work. Because you've changed. Because you've outgrown their patterns. And when they realize they can no longer affect you the way they once did, that's when their true regret sets in. But by then, it won't matter. Because you'll be too busy living a life that doesn't include them. So don't sit there waiting for them to realize your worth. Don't waste another second hoping they'll wake up and see what they lost. Instead, focus on yourself. Heal. Grow. Become someone they can't get back. Not because you're playing hard to get, but because you've leveled up so much that they no longer have a place in your world. That's the real victory. That's the true power. Now, I want you to do something for yourself. In the comments, write this mantra: I choose myself. I walk away with strength. I am no longer waiting. Declare it. Own it. Let it be a reminder that you are the prize, not them. And if you're ready to step into this new mindset, join the Ace Wisdom family by becoming a channel member. Click the link in the description. Your support helps us create deeper, high-quality content to keep you focused and growing. Ace Wisdom presents Why Walking Away Makes an Avoidant. X regret losing you. Let's get started. Stay focused. Reason number 1. Walking away shatters their illusion of control. An avoidant X thrives on control, not just physical space, but emotional control. They push and pull, keeping you at arm's length while making sure you never fully leave. As long as they sense that you're still emotionally invested, they remain comfortable. They believe they can return when they choose, that your feelings will always be available to them. But when you walk away, not as a strategy, but as a decision rooted in self-respect, you break that illusion. Suddenly, they're no longer in control of the narrative. And that is when the regret begins to creep in. Control is an avoidance safety net. It allows them to feel secure without getting too close, to keep you tethered without committing. They test your patience, knowing that eventually you'll reach out, break the silence, or leave the door open just wide enough for them to return. But when that pattern is disrupted, when they realize you're truly gone, it sends them into unfamiliar territory. Now, they're the ones feeling uncertain. Now, they're the ones wondering what went wrong. The philosopher Epictetus once said, "We cannot choose our external circumstances, but we can always choose how we respond to them." That's exactly what happens when you walk away. You shift the dynamic from reacting to their avoidance to controlling your own path. And the moment they sense that you're no longer playing their game, that you've stopped seeking their validation, they start to panic. Because suddenly their usual tactics no longer work. At first, they might act indifferent. They might pretend they don't care. convincing themselves that you'll eventually come back like you always have. But as time passes and you remain distant, something changes. The certainty they once had about you begins to fade. Doubt replaces their confidence. And the person they once took for granted starts to feel like a real loss. That's when the regret sets in, not because they've suddenly become emotionally available, but because they no longer hold the power they once did. But here's the most important part. Their regret doesn't mean they've changed. It doesn't mean they're ready to love you the way you deserve. Many avoidants only chase what they think they've lost, not because they've had a true epiphany, but because they miss the control they once had. And if you let them back in too easily, the cycle repeats. They get what they want, your attention, your energy, and then retreat all over again. That's why walking away isn't just about making them regret losing you. It's about reclaiming your power. It's about making a choice that isn't dictated by their inconsistency. And by the time they realize what they've lost, you'll be too far ahead, too evolved, too focused on your own growth to even entertain the idea of going back. That's real strength. That's real freedom. And that's what they never saw coming. Reason 2. Your absence creates emotional discomfort. They can't ignore. Avoidants are experts at emotional detachment. They tell themselves they don't need deep connection, that distancing themselves is just part of who they are. But here's the truth. They don't avoid emotions because they don't feel them. They avoid them because they do. And when you walk away for good, you force them to confront something they've spent their entire lives running from: emotional discomfort. As long as you're present, even in the background, they don't have to face the reality of loss. You're still an option. They can still imagine that if they ever wanted to return, you'd be there. But when you truly disappear, when you remove your energy from their world, something shifts. The absence you leave behind isn't just noticed, it's felt. And avoidants struggle with feelings they can't easily suppress. Seneca once said, "No man is more unhappy than he who never faces adversity, for he is not permitted to prove himself." Avoidants create their own adversity by pushing away love, and when you walk away, they're left with an emptiness they weren't prepared for. At first, they may convince themselves that they prefer the solitude, that life is easier without emotional attachment. But with time, that emptiness grows louder. They start to feel something unfamiliar, discomfort they can't escape from. See, avoidants don't process emotions in real time like others do. Their regret is often delayed. While you might feel the pain of loss immediately and work through it, they suppress it, bury it, distract themselves. But suppression isn't the same as healing. Eventually, that emotional weight catches up with them. They might see something that reminds them of you. They might have a moment of vulnerability where they crave the connection they pushed away. And when they realize that reaching out to you is no longer an option, regret floods in. This is why walking away is so powerful. It forces them to experience what they feared all along, being left with their own unresolved emotions. They're no longer avoiding you. They're avoiding the emptiness your absence created. And that's something they can't run from forever. But here's where most people make a mistake. When the avoidant starts to feel this discomfort, they will test the waters. A random message, a casual check-in, maybe even an attempt to rekindle things. But remember, this doesn't always mean they've changed. More often than not, they just want relief from the discomfort. They want reassurance that you're still emotionally available. That's why your strength lies in not giving them the easy way out. By maintaining your distance, you ensure that their regret leads to real reflection, rather than just another cycle of avoidance and return. And by the time they realize just how much they lost, you'll already be at peace with the fact that you never needed them to regret losing you in the first place. Reason 3. They realize you were the only one who truly understood them. Avoidants spend their lives keeping people at a distance, building walls instead of bridges. They tell themselves they don't need deep emotional connections, yet, ironically, they crave understanding just as much as anyone else. The difference? They fear it. Because to be truly understood means to be seen, and to them, that feels like vulnerability, something they've spent years avoiding. But here's what they don't realize until it's too late. You were the person who saw past their defenses. You understood them in a way others never could. And when you walk away, that's when they start to feel the void. You see, most people don't have the patience to deal with an avoidance push-pull nature. They don't stick around when things get complicated. But you did. You recognized their fears, their struggles, the way they pulled back even when they wanted to stay. You gave them space while still showing them love. And deep down, they knew that. They may have never admitted it, but they felt it. And that's what makes your absence hit differently. Marcus Aurelius once said, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts." When you were in their life, you brought a certain warmth, a certain emotional safety they never fully acknowledged. But now, that warmth is gone, and suddenly the cold reality of their own detachment starts to sink in. They may have thought they preferred solitude, but now they're realizing that solitude without your presence feels empty. At first, they might convince themselves that someone else will come along. Someone who won't ask for emotional depth. Someone who won't expect them to show up in a meaningful way. And maybe they even try, but it won't take long for them to notice the difference. Other people might entertain them, distract them, even validate them for a while. But they won't understand them. They won't make them feel seen in the way you did. And that's when regret truly begins to settle in. But here's the thing. By the time they realize this, you're already gone. Because you're not sitting around waiting for them to have an epiphany. You're not hoping they'll wake up one day and suddenly be emotionally available. You've moved on, evolved, and found peace in the fact that you deserve more than someone who only values you in hindsight. That's why walking away is so powerful. It forces them to experience a truth they spent so long avoiding. That real connections don't come around every day. That people who truly understand them are rare. And that once those people are gone, they don't always come back. And when they finally realize this, it won't be because you begged them to see your worth. It'll be because they lost the one person who already did. Reason 4. They realize no one else will tolerate their avoidance like you did. Avoidants move through relationships believing that if things get too intense, too close, or too emotional, they can always leave and find someone new. Someone who won't challenge them. Someone who won't ask for emotional depth. But here's the mistake they make. Most people won't tolerate their behavior the way you did. Most won't stay patient through the hot and cold cycles. And when they finally experience this, they start to realize just how rare you were. You see, avoidants aren't used to being held accountable. They expect that when they pull away, the other person will chase. that when they create distance, you'll bridge the gap. And, for a while, you probably did. You tolerated the emotional unavailability, the mixed signals, the moments where they seemed close only to withdraw again. Not because you didn't see the pattern, but because you cared. You believed in them. You believed that deep down there was someone worth waiting for. But now they're realizing something brutal. The next person won't put up with it. The next person won't stay when the push-pull dynamic starts. They won't try to understand the emotional walls. They won't see the avoidance as something to work through. They'll see it as a red flag. And this is where regret begins to settle in. Because suddenly, the comfort they had with you, the safety net of knowing you wanted to make things work, is gone. The philosopher Epictetus once said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." And that's the exact moment of reckoning for an avoidant when they realize they've lost you. They can't manipulate the situation anymore. They can't rely on the same cycles. They start to see that you were the exception, not the rule. And when they finally get hit with this truth, it's no longer just about losing you. It's about realizing that they may never find someone as patient, as understanding, as willing as you were. At first, they might brush it off, tell themselves they're better off alone, or that the next person will be different. But when the new connection falls apart, or never even begins to reach the emotional depth they had with you, that's when the realization hits. You weren't the problem. Their avoidance was. And now? They're left with nothing but their own emotional walls, and no one willing to break them down. But here's where your power lies. By the time they figure this out, you will have already moved forward. You'll no longer be the person who waits, who hopes, who tolerates the emotional roller coaster. You'll be someone who values consistency, reciprocity, and emotional maturity. And the ultimate regret for an avoidant? It's not just losing you. It's realizing that even if they came back, they no longer have access to the person who once would have taken them back. Reason 5. They see you thriving without them. Nothing makes an avoidant question their choices more than seeing you move on, not just with someone new, but with your life. When you walk away and truly focus on yourself, something shifts. You stop waiting, you stop hoping, you stop revolving your world around them. And that's when they start to feel the weight of what they lost, not when you're hurting, not when you're silent, but when you're thriving. Avoidants operate under the belief that the people they push away will always remain emotionally tied to them. They assume that because they struggled with attachment, you will too. That deep down, you'll always hold space for them. But when they see you genuinely happy, growing, and unbothered by their absence, it shatters that illusion. Suddenly, they're not the ones who walked away from you. You're the one who left them behind. And that is something they never expected. The philosopher Seneca once said, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste a lot of it." And that's exactly what happens when you stop wasting time waiting for an avoidant to change. You redirect your energy towards yourself, your goals, your passions, your well-being. You build a life that is so fulfilling that their absence becomes insignificant. And trust me, they notice. Maybe they see you glowing on social media. Maybe they hear about your successes through mutual friends. Or maybe they just sense the change in your energy, the way you no longer reach out, no longer wait for them, no longer seem affected by their absence. And that's when the regret sets in. Because now, they're not just dealing with the loss of you, they're dealing with the realization that you never needed them in the first place. At first, They might try to convince themselves that it's just an act, that you're pretending to be okay. But as time goes on, and they see you truly evolving, they start to wonder, was I wrong? Did I let go of something real? And that's when they start reaching out, testing the waters, trying to find a way back in. But by then, it's too late. Because the most powerful thing you can do after walking away, make sure there's nothing for them to come back to. That's why your focus should never be on making them regret losing you. Your focus should be on becoming someone you are proud of, someone who no longer looks back. Because when you do that, when you shift from waiting to winning, their regret becomes irrelevant. By the time they realize what they lost, you'll already be living a life that makes them wish they had chosen differently. And that's the real victory. The final realization, and your next move. By now, you see the truth. Walking away isn't just about making an avoidant ex regret losing you. It's about freeing yourself. It's about stepping out of the cycle of emotional push and pull and reclaiming your power. Because when you stop chasing, when you stop waiting, when you finally put yourself first, that's when they start to realize what they lost. But here's the key. Their regret is no longer your problem. They may come back. They may test the waters. They may try to pull you back into their cycle. But you've changed. You're no longer the person who tolerates half-hearted love, emotional distance, and inconsistency. And that is what will truly leave them shaken. Not just losing you, but realizing they have no way of getting you back. And if they do return, if they reach out, but still act distant, that's where your real test begins. Because just because they regret losing you doesn't mean they've changed. It doesn't mean they're ready to offer you the love, the commitment, or the emotional security you deserve. So what does it really mean when an avoidant ex comes back but still acts distant? And more importantly, what should you do? That's exactly what we're covering in the next video. Avoidant ex returns, but acts distant. What it means. Click the link on the screen or in the description to watch it now. And before you go, comment below. I choose myself. Declare it. Own it. Because this is the moment where you stop waiting for their regret and start living your truth. If this video gave you value, hit that like button, subscribe, and join the Ace Wisdom family by becoming a channel member. Your support helps us create powerful content to guide you through your journey. Click the link in the description to become a member today. Stay strong, stay focused, and I'll see you in the next video. Ace Wisdom presents Avoidant Ex Returns, but Acts Distant. What it means. Have you ever tried the no contact rule, hoping it would make someone realize your worth, only to feel stuck, waiting for a reaction that never comes? The idea of pulling away to create desire is a popular strategy. But what if I told you there's something even more powerful? A strategy that doesn't just leave things to chance, but actually shifts the entire dynamic, putting you back in control instead of just hoping they'll miss you. See? No contact relies on one thing: the hope that your absence will create longing. And while that can sometimes work, it's also a gamble. What if they're the kind of person who thrives in silence? What if their ego is stronger than their regret? What if instead of breaking, they simply move on? That's why we need a better approach, one that doesn't leave your happiness in someone else's hands. As the great Sun Tzu once said, the supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting. No contact is a form of passive resistance, but what if you could turn the entire situation to your advantage without waiting in silence? Instead of hoping they notice your absence, what if you made them see your undeniable presence without even reaching out? Because here's the truth. Silence is not enough. Transformation is. Some of the most influential people in history didn't win by withdrawing. They won by redefining the game. Martin Luther King Jr. didn't fight injustice by staying silent. He stood firm in his truth. Maya Angelou once said, "When someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time. Instead of waiting for someone to wake up and realize your worth, why not act as if you already know it? Because when you truly embrace your own value, they will feel the shift. And this is where real power comes in. This strategy isn't about playing mind games, seeking revenge, or waiting for the universe to intervene. It's about stepping into a version of yourself so magnetic, so undeniable, that they can't help but notice, without you saying a single word to them. It's about making them feel your presence in a way that no amount of silence ever could. Now, let's be honest. Deep down, they expect you to wait, to wonder, to hurt. They assume you'll sit there checking your phone, analyzing their last message, hoping for a sign. But what if you shattered those expectations completely? What if, instead of waiting for them to return, you became so unshakable that they couldn't help but take notice? The famous entrepreneur Steve Jobs once said, "Innovation distinguishes between a leader and a follower." It's time to innovate your approach. Instead of following the same old pattern, let's create something new. Something that works in your favor. And here's the best part. This strategy isn't just about them, it's about you. Because the moment you stop waiting for their validation and start living, truly living, they will feel it. Energy doesn't lie. They'll sense the shift in your confidence, in your presence, in the way you carry yourself. And that's when the real tables turn. Not because you were silent, but because you became someone they never expected you to become. So, if you're ready to discover what truly lies beneath the surface of stonewalling and how to reclaim your power, stick with me until the end of this video. What I'm about to share will change the way you handle relationships forever. But before we dive in, I want you to declare this right now. I do not wait. I elevate. Write it in the comments below. Say it out loud. Make it your mantra. Because today, you're stepping into something greater. And if you're ready to rise, support this channel by hitting the like button and subscribing. Join the Ace Wisdom family, because together we're going beyond no contact. We're stepping into true power. Let's get started. Stay focused. Strategy number 1. Shift the focus from them to you. One of the biggest mistakes people make when using no contact is that, deep down, they're still focused on the other person. They're waiting, watching, wondering if their absence is being noticed. But here's the truth. As long as your focus remains on them, you're still giving away your power. Think about it. If your silence is just a strategy to get a reaction, then you're not truly detached. You're just using absence as a tool for attention. And that's where most people fail. Because the real power move isn't about making them miss you. It's about making yourself so whole, so fulfilled, that their response becomes irrelevant. Buddha once said, "You yourself, as much as anybody in the entire universe, deserve your love and affection." Read that again. Because this is where everything shifts. Instead of obsessing over what they're thinking, what they're feeling, or whether they're coming back, turn that energy inward. Ask yourself, am I happy with the person I am becoming? What areas of my life need my attention right now? How can I make my presence felt, not in their life, but in my own? This is not about pretending to move on. It's about actually moving forward. When you genuinely shift your focus to improving yourself, something incredible happens. They feel the difference. People are drawn to those who radiate confidence and purpose. When you stop waiting and start elevating, the energy changes. You become magnetic. Not because you're chasing them, but because you're finally chasing you. Strategy number 2. Become the source, not the seeker. Most people don't realize this, but attachment isn't just about love. It's about energy. When you're constantly thinking about someone, checking their social media, or hoping they'll reach out, you're in seeker mode. You're waiting for something outside of you to give you validation, to prove that you matter. But here's the problem. The more you seek, the less you attract. Psychologist Carl Jung once said, "What you resist persists. What you fight, you strengthen." When you resist the idea of letting them go, when you fight the urge to move on, you're actually feeding the connection. You're reinforcing their importance in your mind, keeping yourself emotionally tied to them. Now, let's flip the script. Instead of being the seeker, become the source. Instead of seeking love, become love. Instead of chasing attention, become the kind of person who commands attention effortlessly. Instead of waiting for closure, decide that you are the closure. This is how you shift from being powerless to powerful. Because the moment you stop searching for something outside of yourself, you start realizing that you are the source of everything you've been looking for. Happiness, validation, confidence. It doesn't come from them. It comes from you. And here's the secret. When you step into this mindset, they feel it. People are naturally drawn to those who are self-assured and independent. They expect you to wait, to wonder, to miss them. But when you don't, when you're too busy creating, thriving, and evolving, that's when they start to notice. That's when the energy shifts in your favor. Strategy number 3. The power of indifference. If you want to truly regain control of the situation, there's one mindset shift that changes everything. Indifference. Not fake indifference, not pretending you don't care while secretly hoping they'll text you, but real, unshakable detachment. See, most people think the opposite of love is hate, but that's not true. The real opposite of love is indifference. As long as you're reacting, whether with anger, sadness, or even silence, you're still emotionally invested. But when you become truly indifferent, that's when you become untouchable. As the legendary Stoic philosopher Epictetus once said, "We suffer not from the events in our lives, but from our judgment about them." It's not what they do or don't do that causes you pain. It's the meaning you assign to it. When you decide that their actions, or lack of action, no longer affect you, you take back your power. So, what does real indifference look like? You stop checking their social media, not as a game, but because you genuinely don't care anymore. You stop overanalyzing their last message, because their words hold no weight in your life. You stop waiting for them to come back, because you're too busy moving forward. And here's the kicker. The moment you stop caring is the moment they start wondering. They've been conditioned to expect a reaction from you. They assume you'll miss them, that you'll wait, that you'll hold space for them in your heart. But when you don't, when you become truly indifferent, it bothers them more than silence ever could. Strategy number 4. Establish boundaries with confidence. One of the most powerful aspects of reclaiming your energy and independence is establishing clear boundaries. Boundaries are not just rules you set for others. They are declarations of your self-worth and respect for your own needs. When you set boundaries, you're telling others and yourself that your time, energy, and emotions are valuable. Boundaries can be challenging, especially when you're used to being accommodating or when the other person expects you to give in. But remember the words of the iconic author and activist Audre Lorde, who said, "I am not free while any woman is unfree, even when her shackles are very different from my own." This doesn't just apply to societal issues, it also resonates deeply in personal relationships. If you allow someone to treat you poorly, you're not only undermining your own worth, but also enabling their harmful behavior. Setting boundaries might look like this: clearly communicating what behaviors you will and won't tolerate, declining invitations or conversations that leave you feeling drained or disrespected, recognizing when someone is crossing a line and confidently asserting that it's unacceptable. By establishing boundaries, you create a space for yourself that fosters respect and self-love. This doesn't mean you have to be confrontational. It means you stand firm in your decisions and don't waver when faced with pressure. Instead of waiting for the other person to change or realize your value, you're actively asserting it. When you establish boundaries, it can feel uncomfortable at first. You might worry about their reaction or fear they'll pull away. But here's the secret. Real connections are built on mutual respect. If someone truly values you, they will respect your boundaries. If they don't, that's not someone you want in your life anyway. Strategy number 5. Embrace self-sufficiency and create your own fulfillment. The final and most transformative key to a strategy more powerful than no contact is self-sufficiency, the ability to find fulfillment and joy within yourself, regardless of the external circumstances or people around you. When you stop relying on someone else to validate you, you create a life that is completely in your control. This is true freedom. As the great philosopher Aristotle once said, "Happiness depends upon ourselves." The truth is, you are the key to your own happiness. No one else can make you feel complete unless you've first learned to complete yourself. Too often, we place our emotional well-being in the hands of others, hoping they'll fill the gaps, make us feel worthy, or provide us with the validation we think we need. But this creates dependency, and dependency only leads to disappointment and frustration. True self-sufficiency is not about being alone or avoiding relationships. It's about having a deep understanding that your worth is independent of anyone else's approval. It's about developing hobbies, passions, and goals that fulfill you, without the need for anyone to complete you. When you are self-sufficient, you are able to maintain a healthy emotional state, regardless of the ups and downs of relationships. By doing this, you stop waiting for someone to fulfill you or complete your emotional needs. Instead, you create a life where you are already complete. And when you become whole within yourself, you no longer seek validation externally, because you realize you're the one who gets to define your worth. When you stop needing someone else to complete you, that's when you become irresistible. Not because of how you look, but because of the energy you radiate. People are naturally drawn to those who are self-sufficient because they are secure in who they are. They attract rather than chase. Strategy number 6. Cultivate emotional intelligence and awareness. As you move forward on this journey of self-discovery and empowerment, one of the most crucial tools at your disposal is emotional intelligence. This means being aware of your emotions, understanding their roots, and managing them effectively, especially in the context of relationships. By honing this skill, you can respond to situations with clarity rather than react impulsively based on past pain or insecurities. Renowned psychologist Daniel Goleman, who popularized the concept of emotional intelligence, stated, "In a very real sense, we have two minds, one that thinks and one that feels. Recognizing the difference between your emotional responses and rational thoughts allows you to navigate relationships more effectively. When you cultivate emotional intelligence, you empower yourself to make decisions that align with your true values, rather than just responding to emotional triggers." Here's how to cultivate emotional intelligence. Self-reflection. Take time to reflect on your feelings. What triggers your emotions? Are you reacting to a current situation, or are unresolved past experiences influencing your responses? Journaling can be a powerful tool for this. Write down your feelings and explore their origins. Mindfulness practices. Engage in mindfulness or meditation techniques. These practices help you stay grounded, allowing you to observe your thoughts and feelings without judgment. As you become more mindful, you can create space between an emotional trigger and your reaction, enabling you to respond thoughtfully rather than emotionally. Empathy. Practice putting yourself in the other person's shoes. Try to understand their perspective, even if you don't agree with it. This doesn't mean you have to tolerate their behavior, but understanding can help you navigate your interactions more smoothly. Communication skills. Develop clear and assertive communication skills. When you express your feelings and boundaries calmly and confidently, you not only reinforce your self-worth, but also model healthy behavior for others. When you enhance your emotional intelligence, you can approach conflicts and challenges with a clear mind and an open heart. This allows you to maintain your boundaries while also showing compassion, creating a space where healthy relationships can thrive. And here's the beautiful part. As you become more emotionally intelligent, you'll find that your relationships improve dramatically. You'll stop falling into old patterns of hurt and misunderstanding. Instead, you'll navigate challenges with grace and poise. Embrace your transformation. As we wrap up this discussion on a strategy even more powerful than no contact, it's essential to remember that true transformation starts from within. Each of the key points we've explored, shifting your focus from them to you, becoming the source of your fulfillment, establishing firm boundaries, embracing self-sufficiency, and cultivating emotional intelligence, are all steps toward reclaiming your power and redefining your relationships on your own terms. The journey to emotional empowerment is not always easy, but it is profoundly rewarding. By choosing to prioritize your own needs and values, you create an environment where respect, love, and genuine connection can flourish. Remember the wisdom of Maya Angelou, who said, "You alone are enough. You have nothing to prove to anybody." When you truly embrace this mindset, you attract the right people and experiences into your life, those who recognize your worth and align with your energy. Now, I encourage you to take action. Reflect on the strategies we've discussed today and choose one or two to implement in your life, starting right now. Whether it's setting a new boundary, practicing self-sufficiency, or enhancing your emotional awareness, each step you take moves you closer to a more empowered version of yourself. And as you embark on this transformative journey, don't forget to share your thoughts and experiences in the comments below. Your insights could inspire others who are navigating similar challenges. If you found value in today's video, please hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. Your support helps us create more empowering content and build a community focused on growth and wisdom. Remember, you are not alone on this journey. We are all in this together. Thank you for joining me today. Keep shining, keep growing, and embrace the beautiful life that lies ahead. Until next time, remember, you have the power to create the life you desire. Stay empowered. If you've ever loved someone with an avoidant attachment style, you know how painful and confusing it can be. Just when things seem to be going well, when you finally feel a sense of closeness, they pull away. Maybe they suddenly need space, stop replying to texts, or say they feel overwhelmed by the relationship. And no matter how hard you try to hold things together, they keep slipping further and further away. It's frustrating, heartbreaking, and, let's be honest, exhausting. But here's what most people get wrong. Avoidants don't pull away because they don't care. In fact, the very act of distancing themselves is often their way of coping with emotions that feel too overwhelming. As psychologist Carl Jung once said, "Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves." Your avoidant ex isn't just running from you. They're running from something inside themselves. And the more you chase, the faster they retreat. I know how tempting it is to believe that if you just prove your love, stay patient, or give them more space, things will change. But love alone isn't enough to shift an avoidant's deeply ingrained patterns. As Albert Einstein famously said, "We cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them." If you keep responding in the same way, texting more, trying harder, waiting anxiously, you're only reinforcing the very behavior that's pushing them away. So what if you did something completely different? What if, instead of reacting emotionally every time they withdraw, you stood firm in your own worth? What if you stopped making their avoidance about you and started focusing on what truly matters? Your own emotional security. This is where real power lies. As Oprah Winfrey puts it, you get in life what you have the courage to ask for. And here's the thing. Sometimes asking means setting boundaries. And sometimes it means walking away with grace instead of clinging in fear. Now I know what you're thinking. But if I pull away, won't they forget about me? Won't they move on? That fear is exactly what keeps you stuck in an unhealthy cycle. Avoidants don't come back because they miss your constant reassurance. They come back when they sense a shift in your energy, when they realize that they are no longer in control of the dynamic. The moment you stop overextending yourself and start valuing your own emotional well-being is the moment they begin to see you differently. Think about it. When you chase someone, you're signaling that they're the prize. But when you step back and focus on yourself, you shift the power balance. As Will Smith once said, the first step is you have to say that you can. You can break this pattern. You can create a dynamic where you're no longer the one being left behind. And you can build a relationship that feels secure, fulfilling, and mutual. There's a way to stop an avoidant ex from pulling away again, but it's not through chasing, pleading, or proving your worth. It's about breaking the cycle of anxious-avoidant dynamics and approaching the situation with clarity and strength. And that's exactly what we're going to unpack today. By the end of this video, you won't just understand why avoidants act this way. You'll have the tools to shift the energy, so instead of you doing all the work, they start coming toward you. And before you assume this is just another strategy to manipulate your ex back, let me be clear. This isn't about games. This is about stepping into a version of yourself that commands respect, attracts real connection, and refuses to settle for less than you deserve. As Michelle Obama once said, we need to do a better job of putting ourselves higher on our own to-do list. And that starts right now. So, if you're tired of watching your ex pull away and want a real, lasting way to shift this pattern, one that doesn't leave you feeling powerless, then stay with me until the end. You're about to discover insights that will change the way you handle not just this relationship, but every relationship moving forward. Before we go deeper into the strategies that can help you stop your avoidant ex from pulling away again, I want to encourage you to engage with us. If you find value in what we're discussing, please like this video and subscribe for more insights. Also, I invite you to comment below with a mantra you can live by. Something like, I will live my truth. Let's start a conversation in the comments. And remember, everyone's situation is unique, so be cautious with your journey. Additionally, consider joining the Ace Wisdom family by becoming a channel member. Your support will help us create and produce higher quality videos that can help more people like you. The link is in the video description, so check it out. Let's get started on this journey together and stay focused on what truly matters. Ace Wisdom presents How to Stop an Avoidant Ex from Pulling Away Again. Number 1. Understand the nature of avoidance. To effectively stop an avoidant ex from pulling away again, the first step is to understand the nature of avoidance itself. Avoidant behavior often stems from a deep-seated fear of intimacy and vulnerability. This can manifest as a reluctance to engage fully in relationships, leading to emotional distance when things begin to feel too intense. For those with avoidant tendencies, closeness can trigger anxiety, prompting them to retreat to their comfort zones. By recognizing this pattern, you can better navigate interactions with your ex and respond in a way that encourages connection rather than pushing them further away. Understanding this dynamic also requires recognizing that avoidant individuals often employ various strategies to manage their discomfort. These might include deflecting conversations about feelings, using sarcasm or humor to avoid serious discussions, or simply shutting down when the emotional stakes rise. It's essential to note that this behavior isn't necessarily a reflection of their feelings for you. Rather, it's a coping mechanism they've developed over time to protect themselves. This realization can help you approach the situation with empathy rather than frustration, fostering a more constructive dialogue. Once you grasp the nature of avoidance, it's vital to examine your own responses to their behavior. If you find yourself feeling anxious or insecure when they pull away, it can be easy to fall into a cycle of chasing after them, trying to regain their attention and affection. However, this approach often backfires, reinforcing their desire to withdraw even more. Instead, it's crucial to cultivate a sense of self-assuredness and independence, which can create a more balanced dynamic between you both. The more confident you feel in your own worth and needs, the less likely you are to react impulsively to their avoidance. This is where the power of communication comes into play. Instead of resorting to silence or passive-aggressive comments which can alienate your ex further, strive for open and honest conversations. Express your feelings clearly and calmly, allowing them to understand your perspective without feeling threatened. By articulating your needs while also validating their feelings, you create a safe space for dialogue. This kind of communication encourages a sense of security for both parties, allowing your ex to feel less cornered and more willing to engage. Moreover, understanding avoidance also means acknowledging that change takes time. Avoidant individuals may require patience as they work through their fears and insecurities. Just as you're striving for clarity and connection, they are grappling with their own internal struggles. Embracing this perspective will enable you to approach the situation with compassion rather than frustration, and can help you navigate the ups and downs of your interactions. This compassion will reflect in your behavior, making it more likely for them to feel comfortable opening up to you. Finally, it's essential to set healthy boundaries for yourself while you navigate this complex dynamic. You can be understanding and patient, but that shouldn't come at the expense of your own well-being. Be clear about what you're willing to accept and what is non-negotiable for you. Boundaries serve as a protective measure that can encourage your ex to engage more honestly, knowing that you are grounded in your own needs. When you present yourself as someone who values their own emotional health, you inadvertently make yourself less predictable in a way that can spark their interest and engagement. In summary, understanding the nature of avoidance is the foundation for effectively addressing your ex's behavior. By recognizing their patterns and your own reactions, you can foster open communication, exhibit compassion, and maintain healthy boundaries. This awareness can create a more inviting atmosphere for connection, ultimately helping you stop your avoidant ex from pulling away again. Number 2. Communicate your needs clearly. Once you've grasped the nature of avoidance, the next crucial step in stopping your avoidant ex from pulling away again is to communicate your needs clearly and effectively. Many people assume that their feelings and needs will be obvious to others, especially in relationships. However, this often leads to misunderstandings, especially with someone who has avoidant tendencies. They might not pick up on subtle hints or cues, so it's essential to express your thoughts and emotions directly. This clarity not only helps prevent miscommunication, but also empowers you to take control of your narrative. Start by reflecting on what you truly want from the relationship. Are you seeking more emotional intimacy, reassurance, or simply a clearer understanding of where things stand? Once you've identified your needs, approach the conversation with an open mind and a calm demeanor. Using I statements can be particularly effective in these discussions. For example, instead of saying, "You never want to talk about our feelings," try framing it as, "I feel anxious when we don't discuss our emotions because I care about our connection." This approach minimizes the chance of putting your ex on the defensive, encouraging them to listen and engage rather than retreat. It's also important to create an environment conducive to open dialogue. Choose a time when both of you are relaxed and not preoccupied with external stresses. Avoid discussing heavy topics during moments of tension or conflict, as this can lead to shutdowns rather than productive conversations. Let your ex know that you are approaching the discussion with the intention of fostering understanding and connection. This can help alleviate any anxiety they might feel about the conversation, making it easier for them to engage openly. Active listening plays a vital role in effective communication as well. When your ex shares their thoughts or feelings, demonstrate that you're genuinely listening by reflecting back what you've heard. This not only shows that you value their perspective, but also clarifies any potential misunderstandings. For instance, you might say, "So, what I'm hearing is that you feel overwhelmed when things get too close. Is that right?" This technique encourages them to elaborate on their feelings, fostering a deeper understanding between you both. Additionally, be prepared for the possibility that your ex may not respond as you hope. They might need time to process what you've shared or may feel vulnerable discussing their own feelings. Avoid pushing them for immediate answers or reactions. Instead, reassure them that you're willing to give them the space they need. This demonstrates your understanding of their avoidant nature, while simultaneously communicating that you're committed to nurturing the relationship. Remember that setting boundaries is an integral part of clear communication. Make it known that while you're open to discussions about feelings and intimacy, there are certain behaviors you won't tolerate, such as emotional withdrawal or disrespect. Establishing these boundaries helps create a safe space where both parties can express their needs without fear of judgment or retaliation. When you stand firm in your values and needs, it reinforces your self-worth and encourages your ex to take your feelings seriously. Communicating your needs clearly is a vital step in stopping an avoidant ex from pulling away again. By expressing your thoughts directly, creating a supportive environment for dialogue, and actively listening to their perspective, you foster an atmosphere of understanding and connection. Coupled with setting boundaries, this approach not only empowers you, but also encourages your ex to engage more openly. Through this open communication, you can navigate the complexities of your relationship in a way that fosters intimacy and reduces the likelihood of withdrawal. Number 3. Foster emotional safety and trust. In any relationship, especially when dealing with an avoidant ex, fostering emotional safety and trust is paramount. Avoidant individuals often have a heightened sensitivity to perceived threats, whether they stem from emotional intimacy or vulnerability. As a result, creating a safe environment where your ex feels secure enough to express themselves without fear of judgment is essential. This emotional safety can encourage them to engage more openly and reduce their tendency to pull away when the relationship becomes intense. To start building emotional safety, it's crucial to be patient and consistent in your interactions. Avoidant individuals may take time to open up, so demonstrating reliability in your words and actions can go a long way. When you say you'll be there for them, or that you'll respect their need for space, make sure to follow through. Consistency helps create a foundation of trust, allowing them to feel secure in your presence. Over time, as they begin to see that you're not a source of conflict or discomfort, they may feel more inclined to lower their defenses and engage. Moreover, validating their feelings is a powerful tool in creating emotional safety. Even if you don't completely understand their perspective, expressing that you appreciate where they're coming from can help bridge the gap between you. For example, if they express anxiety about getting too close, acknowledge their feelings by saying something like, "I understand that intimacy can feel overwhelming, and I respect that." This kind of validation reassures them that their feelings are legitimate and that you're not dismissing their concerns, which can reduce their fear of being judged or misunderstood. Another effective strategy for fostering emotional safety is to encourage open dialogue about boundaries. Talk openly about what both of you need to feel comfortable in the relationship. This could involve discussing how much time you both need for personal space, how often you'd like to communicate, or what topics feel safe to discuss. By collaboratively establishing these boundaries, you show respect for their needs while also ensuring your own are met. This shared understanding can significantly enhance feelings of safety, making it easier for them to engage without the fear of being overwhelmed. Creating an environment where vulnerability is encouraged is also key. Sharing your own feelings and experiences can help normalize vulnerability and demonstrate that it's a part of healthy relationships. For example, you might share a time when you felt anxious about intimacy or a situation where you needed space. This mutual exchange can create a sense of equality and partnership, reinforcing that both of you are navigating the complexities of the relationship together. When your ex sees that vulnerability can lead to connection rather than fear, they may be more willing to open up themselves. Additionally, be mindful of your tone and body language during interactions. Non-verbal cues can significantly impact how your messages are received. Ensure your body language is open and welcoming, avoiding crossed arms or other defensive postures. Maintain eye contact and use a calm, soothing tone when discussing feelings. These subtle yet powerful cues can enhance feelings of safety and make your ex more comfortable sharing their thoughts and emotions. Remember that building emotional safety and trust is a gradual process. Avoidant individuals may have ingrained habits that lead them to pull away at the first sign of intimacy. Patience is vital as you work towards fostering a deeper connection. Celebrate small victories along the way, whether it's a meaningful conversation or a moment of vulnerability from your ex. Each step forward can reinforce the foundation of trust you're building together. Fostering emotional safety and trust is essential in preventing your avoidant ex from pulling away again. By being patient and consistent, validating their feelings, encouraging open dialogue about boundaries, and modeling vulnerability, you create an environment where they feel secure enough to engage. Being mindful of non-verbal communication and recognizing that trust building takes time can further enhance this dynamic. Through these efforts, you can cultivate a deeper connection that encourages your ex to stay present and engaged in the relationship. Number 4. Encourage healthy independence. To effectively stop your avoidant ex from pulling away again, it's vital to encourage healthy independence within the relationship. Avoidant individuals often grapple with a fear of losing their autonomy, which can make them retreat when they perceive closeness. By fostering a sense of independence, both for yourself and your ex, you create a balanced dynamic that can promote a healthier connection without triggering their avoidance responses. This approach not only respects their need for space, but also strengthens the bond you share. Start by embracing your own independence. Cultivate interests, hobbies, and friendships outside of the relationship. This demonstrates that your sense of self-worth isn't solely tied to your ex, and it can make you more attractive to them. When you show that you're capable of leading a fulfilling life independently, you signal that you're not seeking to smother them or compromise their freedom. This, in turn, can alleviate their fears and encourage them to engage more fully when they feel secure in their own space. Encouraging your ex's independence is equally important. Support their individual pursuits and interests, whether that's spending time with friends, pursuing a hobby, or working towards personal goals. When you express genuine interest in their passions and encourage them to follow their own path, you demonstrate that you respect their need for autonomy. This support can help ease their anxiety surrounding closeness, allowing them to feel more comfortable in the relationship without feeling trapped. Additionally, have open discussions about the importance of independence within your relationship. Talk about how both of you can maintain your individuality while nurturing the connection you share. This could involve agreeing to spend certain nights apart or designating time for personal activities. By mutually establishing these boundaries, you create a healthy space for both of you to grow individually and as a couple, reinforcing the idea that it's possible to be in a loving relationship without losing your sense of self. Another way to encourage healthy independence is to avoid being overly clingy, more demanding of their time and attention. Instead of expecting constant communication or immediate responses to messages, be understanding of their need for space. This doesn't mean you should ignore your own needs. Rather, it's about finding a balance that respects both parties' autonomy. When you show that you're comfortable with occasional distance, it alleviates pressure on your ex, allowing them to engage more freely without feeling overwhelmed. Moreover, embrace the philosophy of quality over quantity in your interactions. Instead of focusing on the frequency of contact, prioritize the depth of your conversations and experiences together. Create meaningful moments that reinforce your connection without smothering them with constant communication. When your ex feels that the time spent together is enriching, they may be more inclined to seek out those moments rather than retreating when things become too intense. Finally, remember that independence doesn't equate to emotional distance. It's crucial to maintain open lines of communication and emotional connection, even as you encourage autonomy. Regular check-ins about each other's feelings and experiences can help bridge any gaps that may arise as you both navigate your individual paths. This ongoing dialogue reinforces your bond and ensures that both partners feel valued and understood, reducing the likelihood of withdrawal. Encouraging healthy independence is a key strategy in preventing your avoidant ex from pulling away again. By nurturing your own individuality and supporting your ex's pursuits, you create a balanced dynamic that respects both partners' needs. Open discussions about independence and prioritizing quality interactions can further strengthen your connection while alleviating the pressure that often triggers avoidance. Through this approach, you can foster a relationship built on mutual respect and understanding, paving the way for a more lasting and fulfilling connection. Number 5. Be mindful of your reactions. In navigating a relationship with an avoidant ex, being mindful of your reactions is crucial. How you respond to their behavior can significantly influence their willingness to engage or withdraw. When emotions run high, it can be tempting to react impulsively, whether out of frustration, anxiety, or hurt. However, cultivating self-awareness and choosing your responses carefully can create a more conducive environment for connection and understanding. This approach not only helps you maintain your composure, but also encourages your ex to feel safer and more willing to communicate. Start by recognizing your emotional triggers. What specific behaviors from your ex tend to provoke strong reactions in you? Is it their silence, emotional withdrawal, or reluctance to engage in deeper conversations? Understanding these triggers allows you to prepare for them in advance, so you can respond rather than react. For instance, if you know that silence makes you anxious, you can consciously remind yourself to pause and take a breath before responding. This practice of mindfulness helps prevent knee-jerk reactions that may push your ex further away. When you find yourself feeling triggered, take a moment to assess the situation before responding. Rather than jumping to conclusions or assuming the worst, give yourself space to process your feelings. Ask yourself what's really going on. Is their silence indicative of a larger issue, or could it simply be that they need time to gather their thoughts? By reframing the situation in a more rational light, you can avoid miscommunication and unnecessary escalation. This mindful approach can lead to more productive conversations and minimize the risk of misunderstandings. Moreover, consider the impact of your tone and language when discussing sensitive topics. Avoidant individuals may be particularly sensitive to perceived criticism or emotional intensity, so it's essential to communicate in a way that feels safe and non-threatening. Using soft language, maintaining a calm tone, and choosing your words carefully can help create a more inviting atmosphere for dialogue. For example, instead of saying, "You always pull away when things get serious," you might express, "I sometimes feel concerned when we don't talk about our feelings. I'd like to understand what you're experiencing." This gentle approach encourages openness rather than defensiveness. Additionally, practice patience with your ex's responses. Avoidant individuals may need more time to process their feelings and articulate their thoughts, especially if they're grappling with vulnerability. If they seem hesitant to engage or take time to respond, resist the urge to push them for immediate answers. Instead, reassure them that you're there to listen whenever they're ready. This patience not only shows your commitment to the relationship, but also reinforces the emotional safety you're working to create. In the event that a conversation becomes heated or emotional, it's vital to know when to take a step back. If you notice that tensions are rising or if your ex is becoming defensive, suggest pausing the discussion and revisiting it later. This can prevent the conversation from spiraling into conflict and allow both of you to gather your thoughts. Taking a break can also provide an opportunity for reflection, helping you both approach the topic with a clearer mindset when you resume the discussion. Remember that being mindful of your reactions is not just about managing your ex's responses. It's also about nurturing your own emotional well-being. Practicing self-care and developing healthy coping strategies can help you stay grounded, even in challenging moments. Engaging in activities that bring you joy, seeking support from friends, or practicing mindfulness techniques can bolster your resilience and enable you to respond with greater clarity and composure. Being mindful of your reactions is essential in stopping your avoidant ex from pulling away again. By recognizing your emotional triggers, practicing patience and choosing your words carefully, you can create a more supportive environment for communication. Taking breaks when necessary and prioritizing your own emotional well-being further enhances your ability to navigate the complexities of the relationship. Through this mindfulness, you foster a connection that encourages your ex to engage more openly, ultimately reducing the likelihood of withdrawal and fostering a healthier bond. As we wrap up this exploration of how to stop an avoidant ex from pulling away again, remember that the journey is all about fostering understanding, patience, and personal growth. By creating an environment of emotional safety, encouraging independence, and practicing mindful communication, you set the stage for a healthier, more fulfilling connection. It's important to remember that relationships take time and effort from both parties, And every step you take towards personal development not only benefits you but can also positively influence your ex. So, as you navigate this path, keep your focus on what you can control, your actions, your responses, and your commitment to creating a nurturing space for both of you. By embodying these principles, you're not just improving your chances of reconnecting with your ex. You're also investing in your own well-being and happiness. If you found this video helpful, be sure to hit that like button and subscribe for more insights. And don't forget to comment below with your own mantras or thoughts about your journey. You never know who you might inspire. In our next video, we'll dive deeper into the complex world of avoidant attachment styles. We'll discuss what avoidants secretly fear when they come back, unpacking the fears that may drive their behavior and how you can better understand and support them. So stay tuned and let's continue this journey together. Thank you for watching, and remember, personal growth is a continuous journey, and you're not alone in this process. Have you ever noticed that your avoidant ex is always lurking? They don't text, they don't call, but there they are, watching every single one of your stories. Silent, invisible, yet somehow always present. And let's be real, it's infuriating. If they don't care, why are they keeping tabs on you? If they've moved on, why are they still here, lurking in the shadows of your social media? This paradox can make you question everything. Are they regretting the breakup? Are they waiting for you to reach out? Or worse, are they just feeding their ego, making sure you're still affected by their absence? These are the kinds of questions that keep you up at night, scrolling through your story views, wondering what their silence really means. But here's the truth. Avoidants aren't as detached as they seem. In fact, their behavior often follows a predictable pattern. They push people away to protect themselves, but they also can't help but stay connected from a safe distance. The famous psychologist Carl Jung once said, "Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves." And that applies here too. Their silence. It's not just about you, it's about them. An avoidant ex watching your stories but never reaching out is like a child peeking through the keyhole of a room they're too afraid to enter. They want to see what's inside, but they don't want to open the door. They crave connection, but they fear it even more. This internal tug-of-war is why they disappear yet stay close enough to keep watching. As Shakespeare wrote, "The lady doth protest too much, methinks. The more they insist they don't care, the more they reveal that they do." Now, let's be clear. Just because they're watching doesn't mean they're coming back. It doesn't mean they're ready to change. But it does mean they're still emotionally invested, even if they won't admit it. Avoidants often struggle with vulnerability, and social media gives them the perfect loophole. They get to keep up with your life without risking actual conversation, confrontation, or accountability. It's a way to feel close without being close, a way to have access to you without having to show up for you. But what if you flipped the script? Instead of wondering why they're watching, what if you started focusing on yourself? Eleanor Roosevelt once said, "No one can make you feel inferior without your consent." And that applies here. The moment you stop analyzing their behavior and start reclaiming your power, their silent presence loses its hold over you. So, here's my promise. By the end of this video, you'll understand exactly why your avoidant ex is lurking in your stories, what it really means, and, most importantly, how to handle it in a way that puts you back in control. Because trust me, once you shift your focus from them to yourself, everything changes. So, let's put an end to the waiting game. Stop sitting in silence, hoping they'll miss you. Instead, take control of your story. Say this out loud: I will live my truth. Write it in the comments, own it, and let them wonder what's changed. Your silence may have once been a source of power for them, but now it can become a catalyst for your liberation. If you're ready to shift the focus back onto yourself, hit that like button, subscribe, and join the Ace Wisdom family. By becoming a channel member, you'll help us create even better content that resonates with your journey. Stay with us as we explore this topic further. What's coming next will open your eyes in a way you never expected. Remember, everyone's situation is unique, so tread carefully. But let's get started and stay focused. Ace Wisdom presents Why an Avoidant Ex Watches Your Stories but Stays Silent. Reason 1. The fear of intimacy. The first reason an avoidant ex watches your stories but remains silent often boils down to their inherent fear of intimacy. Avoidant individuals are typically characterized by their difficulty in forming deep emotional connections. They crave independence and self-sufficiency, often equating closeness with vulnerability. When they watch your stories, they're still engaged with your life, but are terrified of the implications that such engagement might bring. This behavior highlights their internal conflict. They want to remain connected, yet the idea of being emotionally invested feels overwhelming. For many avoidant individuals, the fear of intimacy stems from past experiences. Whether it's a tumultuous upbringing or previous relationships that ended painfully, these experiences shape their perspectives on love and closeness. They've learned to shield themselves from emotional pain by keeping a safe distance. Watching your stories allows them to feel a semblance of connection without risking the discomfort of actual communication. This is their way of saying, "I'm still here, but I won't let you in." It's a bittersweet dance of longing and retreat. Moreover, the digital age exacerbates this behavior. Social media creates a false sense of connection that allows avoidants to observe without interacting. They can see you laughing with friends, traveling to new places, or enjoying life, which provides them with a comforting view of your happiness. In their minds, this creates an illusion of closeness without the emotional risks associated with direct contact. They might even convince themselves that watching you is enough to feel connected, while simultaneously avoiding the discomfort of an actual conversation. However, this detachment comes at a cost. By choosing to stay silent, they miss out on the potential for deeper connections. Every story you share is a glimpse into your life, an invitation for engagement, yet they often interpret it as a confirmation of their fears. The more they observe, the more they feel the urge to pull away, solidifying their avoidant tendencies. This cycle of observation and withdrawal can become self-perpetuating, leaving both parties in a state of emotional limbo. It's also worth noting that their silence can lead to misunderstandings. You may perceive their lack of engagement as indifference or even disdain, while they may view it as a necessary means of self-preservation. This miscommunication can create a gulf between you, as each of you is left to interpret the other's actions through your own lens of experience and emotion. You're left questioning why they won't reach out, and they're grappling with their internal struggle, unable to bridge the gap. Understanding this fear of intimacy can provide clarity in navigating your feelings about the situation. It's essential to recognize that their behavior isn't a reflection of your worth, but rather a manifestation of their struggles. While it might hurt to see them watching from the sidelines, remember that their avoidance speaks volumes about their own emotional battles. You deserve someone who is willing to engage fully, not just observe from a distance. So, what can you do with this knowledge? Acknowledge your feelings and allow yourself to process them without holding on to the hope that their silence will change. Instead, focus on your own journey and the connections that nourish you. Understanding the reasons behind their behavior can empower you to move forward, knowing that their inability to engage is more about them than it is about you. Embrace your truth and remember that you are worthy of meaningful connections that extend beyond mere observation. Reason 2. The comfort of control. The second reason an avoidant X watches your stories but remains silent is the comfort they derive from maintaining control over the situation. For individuals with avoidant attachment styles, control often equates to emotional safety. By watching from a distance, they can curate their experience and manage how much they let you into their world without fully engaging or exposing themselves to vulnerability. This sense of control can feel reassuring, as they can dictate the terms of their emotional involvement without the risk of getting hurt. In relationships, avoidants often find themselves in a constant tug-of-war between the desire for connection and the instinct to protect themselves from potential pain. By remaining silent while observing your life, they maintain a facade of control. They may be aware of your emotional needs, yet they choose to remain passive, believing that this distance shields them from having to confront their own feelings. This self-imposed barrier allows them to avoid dealing with the complexities that come with emotional intimacy. The irony is that this comfort in control can also become a prison for them. While they may feel empowered by their silence, it ultimately limits their ability to form meaningful connections. They're left in a state of emotional stasis where they can't move forward, nor can they fully let go. Watching your stories allows them to feel connected while simultaneously keeping you at arm's length. This dynamic can create an unhealthy cycle, where their desire for control leads to isolation, ultimately denying them the very intimacy they crave. Moreover, their silence can stem from a fear of losing control if they were to engage with you. When they do not respond, they can maintain the narrative that they're unaffected and aloof. This self-constructed narrative often provides them with a sense of superiority, as they can believe they're the ones calling the shots in this interaction. However, this behavior can leave you feeling abandoned and questioning your own worth, perpetuating the cycle of hurt and confusion. As they scroll through your social media, they might find themselves grappling with mixed emotions. On one hand, they may feel a sense of satisfaction knowing they're still in your orbit. On the other hand, they risk losing you to someone who is willing to be more open and vulnerable. This tension can lead to an internal struggle, where they want to maintain control without realizing the emotional cost of that choice. They may watch you flourish while grappling with their insecurities, which can further fuel their desire to remain detached. In this situation, it's crucial to understand that their behavior is a reflection of their struggles with control and intimacy, not a judgment of your value. You deserve someone who is willing to engage with you fully, rather than someone who hides behind a screen. Recognizing this can help you reframe your feelings about their silence and focus on what truly matters: your emotional well-being and the connections that enrich your life. Ultimately, the key takeaway here is that their need for control can lead to their emotional isolation as well as yours. While they may find comfort in watching from the sidelines, this behavior robs them of the opportunity to truly connect. So, rather than waiting for them to break their silence, prioritize your own healing and growth. Embrace the connections that empower you, and remember that genuine relationships thrive on openness and vulnerability, not the illusion of control. Reason 3. The fear of rejection. The third reason an avoidant ex watches your stories but remains silent is rooted in their deep-seated fear of rejection. For many individuals with avoidant attachment styles, the prospect of reaching out to you comes with the risk of being turned away or not receiving the response they desire. This fear can be so overwhelming that it often leads them to retreat further into their shell, opting to observe rather than engage. They might tell themselves that staying silent protects them from potential pain, but in reality, it only amplifies their feelings of insecurity. This fear of rejection is often based on past experiences that have shaped their perceptions of relationships. They may have faced situations where vulnerability led to hurt or betrayal, causing them to erect walls around their hearts. As a result, even if they still have feelings for you, they may struggle to voice them due to the overwhelming anxiety of being rejected or dismissed. Watching your stories becomes a way for them to stay connected without putting themselves in a position where they might face emotional turmoil. Moreover, their silence can create a paradoxical situation. While they're watching you live your life, they might feel a sense of longing or regret. The desire to reach out and reconnect can be strong, but the fear of rejection often overrides that impulse. They may imagine scenarios in which you respond unfavorably to their attempts to communicate, leading them to remain on the sidelines rather than risk that confrontation. This internal dialogue can be exhausting and prevent them from moving forward. The implications of this fear extend beyond their reluctance to reach out. It can also distort their perception of you and your actions. They might interpret your social media presence through a lens of insecurity, convinced that you're thriving without them or that you've moved on. This belief can further cement their fear, leading them to believe that they wouldn't stand a chance if they were to reach out. Thus, they continue to watch, hoping for a sign that it's safe to come closer, yet never daring to make the first move. In this context, their behavior can feel frustrating and confusing for you. You may find yourself wondering why someone who once cared about you is now choosing to remain silent. It's essential to remember that their actions stem from a place of fear rather than a lack of feelings. Understanding this can help you navigate your emotions and remind you that their silence is not a reflection of your worth, but rather a manifestation of their struggles. What can you take away from this? Recognizing that their fear of rejection drives their behavior allows you to approach the situation with compassion. While it's natural to feel hurt by their silence, try to understand that they're grappling with their own insecurities. This awareness can empower you to focus on your own healing and growth, rather than remaining trapped in the waiting game. Ultimately, the key is to accept that their fear of rejection is a barrier to genuine connection. While they may find solace in observing your life from afar, they're missing out on the opportunity for real intimacy and understanding. Instead of allowing their fear to dictate your emotional state, prioritize your own well-being and seek out connections that uplift and fulfill you. You deserve relationships where communication flows freely and vulnerability is met with acceptance rather than fear. Reason 4. The need for validation. The fourth reason an avoidant X watches your stories but stays silent relates to their need for validation. For many individuals with avoidant attachment styles, their self-esteem and sense of worth can be heavily tied to external feedback and validation from others. By keeping an eye on your social media presence, they can seek reassurance about their impact on your life without needing to engage in direct communication. This indirect observation allows them to gauge your reactions and emotional states while still maintaining their distance. When an avoidant person watches your stories, they might be looking for signs that you're still interested in them, or that you're moving on, or perhaps even just living your best life. Each post you share can serve as a litmus test for their self-worth. If they see you happy, socializing or thriving, it may provide a temporary boost to their self-esteem. Conversely, if they perceive you as doing well without them, it can trigger feelings of inadequacy and further withdrawal. This push and pull dynamic illustrates how their need for validation can complicate their emotional responses. Their silence, however, can be a double-edged sword. While they might feel momentarily validated by watching your life unfold, the absence of direct interaction prevents them from experiencing true connection. They may long for reassurance that you still care about them, yet their fear of vulnerability holds them back from reaching out. Instead, they convince themselves that by remaining silent, they're preserving their sense of control. However, this avoidance only deepens their feelings of isolation and insecurity, perpetuating the very cycle they're trying to escape. Furthermore, their need for validation often leads them to seek external sources rather than fostering self-acceptance. They might turn to social media as a crutch, relying on likes and comments from friends to feel good about themselves. In this context, watching your stories becomes part of a broader quest for affirmation, where they're subconsciously seeking evidence of their worth through your reactions. This external dependency can make it difficult for them to develop a stable sense of self that isn't reliant on the approval of others. It's important to acknowledge the emotional toll this can take on you as well. You may find yourself in a position where you're left wondering why someone who cared for you is opting for silent observation instead of genuine engagement. Their need for validation can create an emotional imbalance in your dynamic, where you're left feeling as though you're always on display for their scrutiny, without the opportunity for meaningful dialogue. Recognizing this need for validation can help you navigate your feelings more effectively. It's essential to understand that their silence and distant behavior stem from their struggles with self-worth, rather than any reflection of your value. You deserve relationships grounded in mutual respect and open communication, not ones where you feel like a mere source of validation for someone else. As you move forward, focus on cultivating your own sense of self-worth and surrounding yourself with individuals who appreciate you for who you are. By prioritizing your emotional health, you can break free from the cycle of seeking validation from someone who is unwilling or unable to provide it. Remember, true validation comes from within, and you have the power to define your worth independent of someone else's silent gaze. Reason 5. The desire for emotional distance. The fifth reason an avoidant X watches your stories but stays silent is their desire for emotional distance. For those with an avoidant attachment style, maintaining emotional distance is often a key coping mechanism. They may have internalized the belief that vulnerability leads to pain and disappointment, which drives them to create boundaries that keep others at bay. Watching your social media from afar provides a way for them to stay informed about your life without the risk of getting too close or having to confront their own feelings. This desire for emotional distance often manifests in a reluctance to engage in meaningful conversations. For your ex, it might feel safer to observe rather than participate, as this allows them to protect themselves from potential hurt. They may still care about you and want to know how you're doing, but the thought of reconnecting and risking intimacy can be daunting. As a result, they watch your stories to feel a sense of connection without having to navigate the emotional complexities that come with direct communication. The irony is that while they seek to create this emotional distance, they may also feel a sense of longing or nostalgia for the connection you once shared. They might reminisce about the good times, wishing they could bridge the gap without actually having to engage. However, this conflicting desire often leads to paralysis, as they find themselves caught between wanting to reach out and fearing the emotional fallout of doing so. The more they watch, the more they may wish for a return to the closeness you once had, yet they remain stuck in their patterns of avoidance. Additionally, this behavior can exacerbate feelings of confusion and frustration for you. You might find yourself questioning why they choose to linger on the periphery of your life when their interest is evident. Their silent observation can feel dismissive or hurtful, especially if you're left yearning for closure or clarity. Understanding that their desire for emotional distance is rooted in their attachment style can help you approach the situation with compassion rather than anger. The fear of getting hurt can also lead to a distorted perception of intimacy. For an avoidant individual, the closer they get to someone, the more they may feel the urge to retreat. This internal conflict can create a cycle where they observe your life, but avoid any real emotional engagement, leading to a sense of disconnect. They might be afraid that engaging with you could open the floodgates to unresolved feelings or fears that they aren't ready to confront. Recognizing this desire for emotional distance can empower you to redefine your own boundaries and expectations. It's crucial to understand that their behavior is not a reflection of your worth, but rather an expression of their struggles with intimacy. This awareness can help you to process your feelings about the relationship and the reasons behind their silence. As you move forward, focus on fostering connections that are rooted in mutual vulnerability and openness. Seek relationships with individuals who are willing to engage fully and authentically, rather than those who observe from a distance. Remember, you deserve connections that allow for emotional closeness and genuine intimacy, not ones where you're left feeling like an observer in your own life. By prioritizing your emotional health and seeking meaningful interactions, you can break free from the cycle of waiting for someone who is unwilling to engage. As we conclude our exploration of why an avoidant ex watches your stories but stays silent, it's essential to remember that their behavior often stems from a complex interplay of fear, emotional distance, and a need for control. While it can be frustrating to be on the receiving end of their silent observation, understanding the reasons behind their actions can provide you with clarity and empower you to focus on your own emotional well-being. Remember, you deserve relationships where communication flows freely and vulnerability is embraced. If you find yourself grappling with the aftermath of a relationship with an avoidant partner, take this opportunity to prioritize your growth and self-discovery. Surround yourself with individuals who appreciate you for who you are and who are willing to engage fully and honestly. Your journey towards healing and finding meaningful connections is just beginning, and it's essential to embrace the possibilities that lie ahead. Thank you for joining me on this exploration of avoidant attachment styles and their impact on relationships. If you found this video insightful, please give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel for more content that helps you navigate your emotional landscape. I'd love to hear your thoughts, so feel free to leave a comment below with your experiences or any mantras that resonate with you. Don't forget to join the Ace Wisdom family by becoming a channel member. Your support helps us create and produce even better quality videos for you. In our next video, we'll dive into how to move on from an avoidant X5 steps to find closure and heal. You won't want to miss it, as we'll explore actionable strategies that empower you to reclaim your narrative and embrace new beginnings. Ace Wisdom presents How to Move On from an Avoidant X. 5 steps to find closure and heal. Stay focused and remember that your story is just beginning. When it comes to relationships, one of the most puzzling experiences is dealing with someone who pulls away. Those moments when they seem to vanish into thin air, leaving you feeling isolated and confused. You might wonder, what did I do wrong? Or why won't they talk to me? But what if I told you that behind that silence lies a hidden opportunity? People often retreat into their shells, yet deep down they're yearning for connection and understanding. It's not just about you not talking. It's about what they secretly hope will happen when you stop reaching out. You see, it's easy to assume that their silence means indifference. However, they're often counting on your response. They know that when you withdraw, you're signaling your hurt, your frustration, and maybe even a plea for them to notice your absence. It's a psychological dance they've performed countless times before, with rules that are all too familiar to them. In their hearts, they might be hoping you'll break the silence and reach out, giving them a reason to reconnect. This intricate dance can leave you feeling like a puppet on a string, while they remain unfazed. But what if we flipped the script? What if, instead of waiting for them to make the first move, you took control of the situation? Think about the wisdom of the late Maya Angelou, who said, "If you don't like something, change it. If you can't change it, change your attitude." Instead of waiting for them to decipher your silence, you can choose to express your truth. Your silence isn't a weapon to wield. It's a burden you carry alone, and it only weighs you down while they remain indifferent. Now imagine the empowerment that comes with standing firm in your truth. Instead of longing for them to notice your pain, you can confront the situation with clarity and confidence. This isn't about erupting with emotion or staging dramatic confrontations. It's about simply and unapologetically stating that you deserve better than to be left in the dark. When you step away from their expected game, you take back the power they may have unknowingly held over you. And remember what the great philosopher Seneca said, "Sometimes even to live is an act of courage." So, I urge you to find that courage within yourself. Stop waiting for them to come back. Instead, embrace your own worth. Remember that your shared experiences in the comments help in a huge way. You can also declare with me, "I will live my truth." It's a powerful statement, and I invite you to write it in the comments below. By taking this step, you're not just reclaiming your narrative. You're also joining a community of people who are committed to growth and understanding. Support the Ace Wisdom family by becoming a channel member. Your contribution will help us create even better content and explore these essential topics more deeply. So if you're ready to discover the incredible possibilities that lie beneath the surface of stonewalling and how you can reclaim your power, stay with me until the end of this video. What's coming next will not only change how you view relationships, but will also empower you in ways you never anticipated. You'll learn a game-changing method that truly beats the no-contact strategy, transforming your approach to connection and healing. Remember, we are winners. We are far from weak. Let's get started. Strategy. Number 1. Taking back control of your own emotions. When you engage in no contact, it's easy to assume that you're in control of the situation. After all, you've decided to stop reaching out, stop investing your energy, and let the other person feel the weight of your absence. However, as powerful as no contact can seem in the moment, it often leaves you feeling emotionally vulnerable. It's like putting yourself on pause and hoping that time will make things better. But here's the thing. No one else is controlling your emotions except you. And if you're waiting for someone to act or apologize before you can move forward, you're handing them the reins to your emotional well-being. The truth is, you can choose to take back that power right now. As Viktor Frankl, a psychiatrist and Holocaust survivor, famously said, "Between stimulus and response, there is a space. In that space is our power to choose our response. In our response lies our growth and our freedom." What Frankl highlights is that, no matter how painful a situation may seem, you have the ability to control how you respond. And while no contact might feel like a necessary break, it doesn't have to be the only tool you use to regain your strength. Rather than waiting for them to come around or make the first move, you can empower yourself by focusing on how you handle the situation. When you choose to take control over your emotions, you stop waiting for someone else to create the conditions that allow you to heal. Instead, you create those conditions yourself. This is where the game-changing method shifts. It's no longer about relying on someone else's actions or words to validate your feelings. It's about becoming the source of your own peace and clarity. Think of it this way. If you were a captain of a ship, would you let a storm dictate your course? Or would you steer the ship towards calmer waters? The storm may be intense, but it's your decisions and actions that can lead you to a place of safety and tranquility. The same applies to emotional turmoil. No one else can fix your emotions or heal your wounds but you. If you wait for them to take action first, you risk remaining stuck in a cycle of uncertainty and frustration. But by actively managing your emotional state, you move toward a sense of peace, regardless of what the other person does or doesn't do. This shift in mindset is incredibly empowering. You begin to see your emotions as tools for growth, not as reactions to someone else's behavior. Instead of letting their silence or withdrawal control you, you take charge of your narrative. As Tony Robbins, a renowned motivational speaker, puts it, "The only limit to your impact is your imagination and commitment." Your emotional power isn't bound by the actions of others. It's limited only by your ability to choose how you respond. So the first step in this game-changing method is to stop seeing yourself as a passive player in the game of relationships. You're not waiting for someone to save you or make things right. You're the one who holds the key to your emotional well-being. When you choose to take back control, you stop being a prisoner to the whims of others and start living with intention, self-assurance, and clarity. The secret to emotional freedom lies in your ability to let go of expectations and focus on self-empowerment. As we continue in this video, remember that taking control of your own emotions is not a one-time action. It's a continual practice. By staying focused on how you respond to situations, you'll be amazed at how much power you truly have, and how that power can transform not just your relationships, but your entire approach to life. Strategy number 2. Embracing open communication. In the world of relationships, open communication is often hailed as a cornerstone of healthy interactions. Yet, when faced with silence or withdrawal from someone we care about, we might feel tempted to retreat further into our own shells, opting for no contact as a way to protect ourselves. While it may seem like a viable solution, this method can stifle the very communication that could bridge the gap between you and the other person. Instead, embracing open communication can transform your relationship dynamics in ways you may never have anticipated. Open communication is not just about exchanging words. It's about fostering an environment where both parties feel safe to express their thoughts and feelings. As Brené Brown, a leading researcher on vulnerability, once said, "Vulnerability is the birthplace of innovation, creativity, and change." When you choose to communicate openly, you invite vulnerability into the relationship. You allow space for both your feelings and theirs to coexist, paving the way for deeper understanding and connection. This is essential, especially when navigating complex emotions or misunderstandings that may have led to the silence in the first place. Imagine approaching the other person not with accusations or assumptions, but with curiosity and openness. Instead of saying, "Why are you ignoring me?" you might ask, "I've noticed some distance between us lately. Can we talk about it?" This simple shift in approach can be disarming and shows that you're willing to engage without judgment. You're creating a platform where both of you can share your perspectives honestly. This doesn't mean you should shy away from expressing your hurt or frustration. Rather, it means you frame your feelings in a way that invites dialogue instead of defensiveness. Embracing open communication means you're not just waiting for the other person to initiate the conversation. You take the lead, demonstrating that you value the relationship enough to address the discomfort directly. As Eleanor Roosevelt wisely stated, you gain strength, courage, and confidence by every experience in which you really stop to look fear in the face. Fear often holds us back from confronting tough conversations. But by facing it head-on, you cultivate resilience and foster growth, not just for yourself, but for the relationship as well. When you initiate open communication, you're also showing a willingness to listen. Effective communication is a two-way street. It involves sharing your truth and being open to hearing the other person's side. This means actively listening without interrupting, allowing them to express their feelings without judgment. By doing so, you create a safe space for them to share their thoughts and emotions, which can lead to deeper insights and connections. Remember, every person has their own story and reasons for their behavior, and understanding those can help both of you navigate the complexities of your relationship more effectively. Embracing open communication can serve as a powerful tool for self-discovery. As you articulate your feelings and thoughts, you may uncover underlying beliefs or patterns that influence how you engage with others. This process can be enlightening, offering you a clearer understanding of yourself and your needs in relationships. The more you practice open communication, the more confident you become in expressing your truth. ultimately leading to healthier and more fulfilling connections. Remember that embracing open communication is a game changer. It's not just about avoiding misunderstandings. It's about creating a robust foundation for connection and intimacy. By fostering a culture of openness, you can break the cycle of silence and withdrawal, transforming your relationship into one characterized by understanding, compassion, and mutual respect. Open communication is a powerful antidote to no contact, and it can pave the way for healing and growth, both individually and together. Strategy 3. Fostering self-reflection and personal growth. One of the most significant aspects of overcoming the challenges of silence and withdrawal in relationships is the opportunity for self-reflection and personal growth. When faced with conflict or emotional distance, it's easy to fixate on the other person's actions and behaviors. However, true transformation begins when we turn our focus inward and assess our own thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. As Socrates famously said, "The unexamined life is not worth living." Engaging in self-reflection allows you to examine your own motives and responses, ultimately leading to deeper self-awareness and personal growth. Self-reflection invites you to take a step back and assess what you truly want from the relationship and how your own behaviors may have contributed to the current dynamic. It can be tempting to place blame entirely on the other person when things go awry, but this approach often leads to stagnation. Instead, ask yourself critical questions. What are my needs in this relationship? How do I communicate those needs? Have I been clear about my boundaries? Reflecting on these questions can illuminate areas for growth, helping you identify patterns that may have hindered open communication or connection. Personal growth is not just about identifying areas for improvement. It's also about celebrating your strengths. When you engage in self-reflection, you begin to recognize the qualities that make you unique and the value you bring to relationships. As the renowned psychologist Carl Rogers said, "The curious paradox is that when I accept myself just as I am, then I can change." Embracing your authentic self allows you to show up in relationships more fully and confidently. You can approach the other person from a place of self-acceptance, which fosters a more profound connection and encourages them to do the same. In addition to enhancing your self-awareness, self-reflection also enables you to develop emotional resilience. When you take the time to understand your feelings, whether they stem from hurt, anger, or confusion, you gain the tools to navigate these emotions more effectively. Emotional resilience is about learning how to manage your feelings in healthy ways, which ultimately leads to more constructive interactions with others. Instead of reacting impulsively to their silence or withdrawal, you can respond thoughtfully and calmly, demonstrating maturity and emotional intelligence. The process of self-reflection often leads to personal revelations that can significantly impact your relationships. You may discover unresolved issues from your past that influence your current behavior or fears that keep you from fully engaging with others. Acknowledging and addressing these underlying concerns is crucial for breaking free from old patterns that no longer serve you. As you work through these challenges, you become a stronger, more empowered individual, better equipped to foster meaningful connections. As we continue through this video, consider how you can integrate self-reflection into your daily routine, whether through journaling, meditation, or simply taking quiet moments to think. Making time for self-reflection can enhance your understanding of yourself and your relationships. By committing to this practice, you position yourself for continuous growth and improvement, ultimately enriching your connections with others. Fostering self-reflection and personal growth is a game-changer in navigating the complexities of relationships. By examining your thoughts and behaviors, you not only gain clarity about your needs and desires, but also empower yourself to approach relationships with intention and authenticity. Embracing this journey of self-discovery allows you to break free from the limitations of no contact, creating space for deeper understanding, connection, and ultimately fulfillment in your relationships. Strategy 4. Setting healthy boundaries. One of the most transformative steps you can take when dealing with the complexities of no contact and emotional withdrawal is to set healthy boundaries. Boundaries are not just about limiting others' behaviors, they're about knowing your own limits and communicating them clearly. Setting boundaries allows you to protect your emotional well-being while also fostering a sense of respect and clarity in relationships. As the famous psychologist Dr. Henry Cloud once said, "Boundaries are not walls. They are gates to protect what is inside, not to keep what is outside." Establishing boundaries is an act of self-respect that paves the way for healthier and more balanced connections. When you find yourself in a situation where no contact has taken place, or you've been emotionally stonewalled, it's easy to feel like you're powerless. But boundaries are a tool that empowers you to take control of your own life and emotions. Instead of waiting passively for the other person to reach out or make a change, you assert what you need in the relationship. Boundaries are about deciding what you will and will not tolerate, and they create space for healthier interactions. It's important to remember that boundaries aren't about controlling others. They're about taking charge of your own actions and emotional responses. Setting boundaries is particularly important when you're dealing with people who may have avoidant tendencies or who tend to withdraw emotionally. If you're constantly waiting for them to initiate contact or make the first move, you're allowing the dynamic to remain stagnant. By setting clear and respectful boundaries, you establish a sense of security for yourself and signal to the other person what is acceptable and what isn't. For example, if you feel neglected or undervalued, you might say, "I need us to communicate more openly and regularly for this relationship to thrive." This approach is proactive and allows both people to feel heard and respected, without one party feeling overwhelmed or disregarded. Dr. John Townsend, co-author of Boundaries, emphasizes that a boundary is a property line that defines where you end and the other person begins. Setting these boundaries allows you to establish your emotional territory, protecting yourself from being drawn into unhealthy patterns of silence or withdrawal. When you clearly communicate your needs, you also give the other person the opportunity to respect or negotiate those needs, rather than leaving things unsaid and unresolved. This openness fosters understanding and mutual respect, both of which are necessary for any relationship to thrive. Establishing boundaries also means learning to say no when necessary. It's easy to become entangled in the emotional demands of others, especially when we're afraid of conflict or losing a relationship. But in order to maintain your emotional health, you must be willing to protect yourself. Saying no doesn't mean rejecting the other person. It simply means that you're putting your own needs first and creating space for healthier dynamics. As the Dalai Lama wisely stated, we can never obtain peace in the outer world until we make peace with ourselves. Boundaries are a key part of making that peace with yourself, ensuring that your emotional well-being is prioritized. As we continue in this video, think about how setting boundaries can empower you. It's not about shutting others out or being rigid. It's about ensuring that you are honoring your own feelings, needs, and self-worth. By setting healthy boundaries, you become a more resilient and confident person, able to navigate relationships with clarity and grace. No longer will you wait passively for someone else to define your worth or emotional state. You'll take charge and create a healthier space for yourself and those around you. Setting healthy boundaries is one of the most empowering steps you can take to move past the cycle of no contact and emotional withdrawal. By defining your limits and communicating them clearly, you pave the way for more respectful, honest, and fulfilling relationships. Boundaries not only protect your emotional well-being, but they also provide the structure needed for a thriving and balanced connection. So, take a step back and ask yourself, what boundaries do I need to set to protect my peace and ensure that I am treated with the respect I deserve? Strategy 5. Rebuilding self-worth and confidence. When navigating the complexities of no contact and emotional withdrawal, one of the most powerful things you can do is focus on rebuilding your self-worth and confidence. Often, when we're faced with silence or emotional distance from someone, it can trigger self-doubt and insecurity. We may start questioning our value, wondering if we did something wrong, or if we're not worthy of the attention and affection we seek. But the truth is, your worth is not defined by another person's actions, and regaining your sense of self-worth is essential for moving forward and breaking free from the cycle of uncertainty. The process of rebuilding self-worth starts with recognizing that you are enough, just as you are. As the legendary Maya Angelou beautifully said, "You may not control all the events that happen to you, but you can decide not to be reduced by them." When you internalize this wisdom, you stop allowing external circumstances to dictate your feelings of self-value. Whether someone else is giving you the attention or affection you crave, or whether there's silence between you, your worth remains constant. By affirming your value internally, you free yourself from the need for validation from others. Rebuilding confidence is also about rediscovering your passions and focusing on personal growth. When we're emotionally invested in someone, it's easy to lose sight of our own needs and desires. We may put their goals and happiness ahead of our own, and in doing so, we might neglect the things that truly bring us joy and fulfillment. But confidence is built on the foundation of self-awareness and self-love. This is the time to reconnect with your hobbies, pursue your interests, and take care of your physical and emotional well-being. As the great philosopher Aristotle once said, "Knowing yourself is the beginning of all wisdom." The more you understand what makes you happy and fulfilled, the more confident you become in who you are. Rebuilding self-worth involves letting go of any past mistakes or regrets that might be holding you back. We all have moments in life where we wish we'd done things differently, but those moments don't define who we are or who we are capable of becoming. As the motivational speaker Les Brown wisely said, "Shoot for the moon. Even if you miss it, you will land among the stars." Even when things don't go as planned, there's an opportunity for growth and learning. Letting go of perfectionism and accepting that you are worthy of love and success, regardless of past mistakes, will propel you forward into a stronger, more confident version of yourself. Part of rebuilding your self-worth is also about surrounding yourself with positive influences. If you've been caught in a cycle of no contact or emotional withdrawal, it's easy to isolate yourself and focus on the negative. But instead of withdrawing further, Make a conscious effort to surround yourself with people who uplift you and remind you of your worth. Surround yourself with those who encourage you, support your growth, and believe in your potential. As the famous author Jim Rohn said, "You are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with." The company you keep has a significant impact on your self-esteem, so make sure to nurture relationships that inspire and empower you. Think about the areas in your life where you can focus on rebuilding your self-worth and confidence. Remember, this process isn't about waiting for someone else to recognize your value. It's about recognizing it for yourself. As you strengthen your belief in your own worth, you'll notice that the silence or emotional distance from others becomes less impactful. You won't need to rely on external validation because your sense of self is anchored firmly within you. Rebuilding your self-worth and confidence is a game-changer in breaking free from the cycles of no contact and emotional withdrawal. By affirming your value and focusing on personal growth, you reclaim your sense of power and agency. When you approach relationships from a place of self-assurance, you enter them with the confidence that you deserve love, respect, and understanding, whether or not the other person is present. Your worth is constant, and once you truly believe that, you'll find that no amount of silence can ever diminish it. Strategy 6. Cultivating empathy and understanding. As we navigate the complexities of relationships, particularly when faced with silence or emotional withdrawal, one of the most impactful approaches is cultivating empathy and understanding. Often our first reaction to a partner's withdrawal or stonewalling is to feel hurt, frustrated, or even angry. However, taking a step back and trying to understand their perspective can shift the dynamics of the situation significantly. As the renowned author and speaker Brené Brown once said, "Empathy is simply listening, holding space, withholding judgment, emotionally connecting, and communicating that incredibly healing message of, 'You're not alone.'" By embracing empathy, you create a foundation for connection, even in the midst of conflict. Cultivating empathy starts with acknowledging that everyone has their own struggles and emotional baggage. The person who is withdrawing might be dealing with their own fears, insecurities, or past traumas that prevent them from engaging openly. Instead of taking their silence personally, try to understand the reasons behind their behavior. As psychologist Carl Rogers articulated, "What is most personal is most universal." In recognizing that their struggles are a reflection of their experiences, you can approach the situation with compassion rather than defensiveness. This understanding can lead to a more productive dialogue and ultimately help both parties navigate the complexities of their feelings. One practical way to cultivate empathy is to engage in active listening. This means fully focusing on the other person, putting aside your own thoughts and reactions, and genuinely trying to understand their feelings and perspective. When they do share their thoughts, resist the urge to interrupt or formulate your response while they're speaking. Instead, listen intently and validate their feelings by reflecting back what you've heard. For example, you might say, "It sounds like you're feeling overwhelmed and need some space to process things." This approach not only makes them feel heard, but also fosters a sense of safety and trust in the relationship. Moreover, cultivating empathy doesn't mean sacrificing your own needs or emotions. It's essential to strike a balance between understanding the other person and asserting your own feelings. Acknowledging their perspective doesn't mean you have to accept behaviors that hurt you. As the well-known author and speaker Maya Angelou said, "I've learned that people will forget what you said, People will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. By addressing their feelings with empathy while also expressing your own, you create a more holistic approach to communication. This balance can lead to a deeper understanding and mutual respect in the relationship. Additionally, empathy can be a powerful catalyst for healing. When you approach the relationship with compassion and understanding, it can soften defenses and open up space for meaningful conversations. This environment allows both parties to feel safe enough to express their feelings honestly. As you engage in these conversations, you may discover that both of you have more in common than you initially thought, leading to deeper connections and a sense of shared experience. Empathy fosters intimacy, helping to bridge the gap that silence and withdrawal can create. As we continue this journey through the video, think about how you can integrate empathy into your approach to relationships. Consider practicing empathy not only with the people you're currently navigating complexities with, but also in your daily interactions. The more you develop this skill, the more naturally it will come to you in moments of conflict or emotional distance. Remember, empathy is a two-way street. By fostering it within yourself, you create an environment where it can thrive in your relationships as well. Cultivating empathy and understanding is a powerful game-changer when it comes to overcoming the challenges of no contact and emotional withdrawal. By seeking to understand the other person's perspective and validating their feelings, you create a pathway for connection and healing. Empathy allows you to navigate difficult emotions with grace, fostering a sense of intimacy that can transform relationships. As you embrace this practice, you'll find that even in moments of silence, there's a potential for deeper understanding and connection waiting to be unlocked. As we conclude our exploration of this game-changing method that beats no contact easily, let's take a moment to reflect on the powerful strategies we've discussed. We've delved into the importance of self-reflection, setting healthy boundaries, rebuilding self-worth and confidence, and cultivating empathy and understanding. Each of these elements plays a vital role in transforming the way we approach relationships, especially in moments of silence and emotional withdrawal. Remember, navigating the complexities of human connection is not just about what happens externally. It's about the growth and transformation that occurs within us. Now, I want to challenge you to put these concepts into action. Start by identifying areas in your life where you can practice self-reflection. What are your needs in your relationships? How can you set healthier boundaries that honor your feelings? As you engage in this journey of self-discovery, take note of your strengths and celebrate your progress. This is your time to shine, and your worth is inherent, regardless of the external circumstances. As you cultivate empathy, remember that understanding others can foster deeper connections. Approach conversations with an open heart, and don't hesitate to communicate your feelings honestly. When you create a safe space for vulnerability, you encourage others to open up as well, leading to richer and more fulfilling interactions. As you move forward, I invite you to embrace these strategies wholeheartedly. Each step you take towards understanding yourself and others is a step towards healthier relationships. The road to transformation may have its challenges, but it also holds incredible rewards. You have the power to break free from the cycles of silence and withdrawal, replacing them with authentic connection and growth. So if you found value in this video, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share it with someone who could benefit from this message. Let's continue to grow together as a community dedicated to understanding relationships in a more profound way. I encourage you to leave a comment below, sharing your thoughts or experiences related to these concepts. Your insights might just inspire someone else on their journey. Thank you for being part of this conversation today. Remember, you are not alone in this process, and together we can navigate the complexities of relationships with wisdom and grace. Keep embracing your journey of self-discovery, and don't forget to join us for our next video, where we'll delve deeper into even more tools for enhancing your relationships. Until then, stay empowered and connected. How do avoidant exes feel when you block them after they walked away? Thank you, the Batgoz, for commenting this question. Many of you guys have been asking this question. I hope this video helps. When someone with an avoidant attachment walks away, they do it with a quiet certainty, like a ship leaving the harbor, expecting the shore to always be there. They tell themselves they need space, that detachment is their safety, that feelings are burdens they'd rather not carry. But here's the secret. They don't expect you to truly disappear. They assume you'll wait, that you'll leave the door open just wide enough for them to return on their terms. So when you block them, you don't just close the door, you bolt it shut. And that shakes them more than they'd ever admit. You see, avoidance isn't about not caring. It's about fearing closeness. They keep one foot out the door, not because they don't feel, but because feeling too much terrifies them. The idea of losing control, of being vulnerable, is their deepest fear. And when you block them, you force them to face something they never prepared for. The possibility that they miscalculated your patience, that you won't always be there. As Winston Churchill once said, you will never reach your destination if you stop and throw stones at every dog that barks. Blocking an avoidant ex isn't about revenge. It's about reclaiming your energy. It's about refusing to be someone's emotional waiting room while they figure out their fears. And trust me, the moment they realize they no longer have access to you, their mind starts racing. At first, they convince themselves they don't care. It's better this way, they think. I needed space, and they're just proving my point. But then, something shifts. They go to check your profile out of habit only to find nothing. No updates, no posts, no silent breadcrumb trail to follow. The predictability of your presence, the safety net they relied on, it's gone. And suddenly, they're no longer in control of the distance. You are. Steve Jobs once said, "Sometimes life hits you in the head with a brick. Don't lose faith." For an avoidant ex, blocking them is that brick. It forces them to confront their own behavior. Some will double down, convincing themselves it's just a phase. Others? They'll start feeling that uneasy tug in their chest, the one they avoid at all costs. And here's the real kicker. Avoidants don't deal well with rejection. They dish it out, but they don't like it served back. When you walk away first, when you become truly unavailable, they don't just feel blocked online. They feel blocked from the comfort of knowing you're still an option. That's when they start to wonder, did I misjudge this? Were they stronger than I thought? Now, does that mean they'll come running back? Not always. But what it does mean is that for the first time, they're forced to sit with the discomfort they tried to escape. No distractions, no backup plan. You've cut the cord. And in that silence, they finally hear what they've been avoiding all along. Their own feelings. So if you've ever wondered whether blocking your avoidant ex makes a difference, stick with me. What I'm about to share next will open your eyes to the psychology behind their reaction and, more importantly, How you can move forward with power and clarity. If you are ready to become the best version of yourself, type this mantra in the comments. Write it down. I choose to protect my peace. When they walked away, they made their choice. Blocking them is a step toward healing. I release the past and embrace my strength. I am worthy of love that nurtures and fulfills. I honor my boundaries and trust my journey. Ace Wisdom presents: How do avoidant exes feel when you block them after they walked away? Avoidant exes are used to being the ones who control the emotional distance in a relationship. They pull away when things get too intense, expecting you to wait, reach out, or even chase them. It's a cycle they've mastered, one where they create space, and you're the one left wondering when or if they'll return. But when you block them, you disrupt that pattern completely. Suddenly, they're not the ones choosing the distance. You are. And that throws them off balance in a way they didn't anticipate. As Robert Greene, author of The 48 Laws of Power, puts it, the person who cannot control their emotions controls nothing. Blocking isn't about anger or pettiness, it's about reclaiming control over your own emotional state. You're no longer playing by their unspoken rules. You're stepping off the emotional roller coaster and refusing to be part of their push-pull dynamic. At first, they may act indifferent, telling themselves, "Good. This is what I wanted." But deep down, the realization creeps in. They didn't expect to lose access to you completely. The power they once had, knowing you were always within reach, is gone. And that changes everything. A key point. Number 2. They experience an identity disruption. Avoidants thrive on emotional distance, not just as a defense mechanism, but as a way to maintain control over how they see themselves. They tell themselves a story. I don't need anyone. I'm fine on my own. They'll always be there if I ever change my mind. But when you block them, that narrative cracks. Suddenly, they're not the one doing the leaving. You are. And that forces them to confront something deeply uncomfortable. They're not as in control as they thought. Their usual pattern, creating space and expecting you to still be emotionally available, is shattered. Key point number 3. The illusion of control starts to crumble. Avoidants rely on the belief that they can come and go as they please. It's not always conscious, but it's part of their emotional wiring. They assume that if they ever decide to return, you'll still be there, waiting, open, and accessible. This illusion of control is what makes them feel safe in relationships without fully committing. But blocking them, that's like flipping the table on their carefully arranged game pieces. Suddenly, they don't have control. They don't get to decide if and when they reconnect. And that's a reality they weren't prepared to face. Key point number 4. Curiosity and doubt begin to eat at them. At first, your avoidant ex might act completely unbothered by being blocked. They'll tell themselves, "Good, this just proves why I needed to leave." They may even convince themselves that you're acting out of emotion and that it'll pass. But then something happens. They go to check up on you, and they can't. No profile, no posts, no updates. You've disappeared from their world. And that's when curiosity starts to creep in. Key point number 5. They start to feel rejected. and avoidants hate that. Avoidants are used to being the ones who create distance. They like to feel in control of when and how they detach. But when you block them, the tables turn. They're no longer the one choosing distance. They're on the receiving end of it. And here's the thing. Avoidants may fear intimacy, but they hate feeling rejected. They spend so much time avoiding deep emotional bonds because they don't want to be hurt. Yet, when you block them, they experience a kind of rejection they weren't expecting. As Sigmund Freud once said, "We are never so defenseless against suffering as when we love." Avoidants pretend they don't need connection, but deep down, they still crave it, just on their own terms. When you block them, it sends a message they weren't ready for. They don't get to decide when you're available to them anymore. At first, they might downplay it. Whatever, I didn't want to talk to them anyway. But then, over time, the realization settles in. They didn't just lose you temporarily. They might have lost you for good. And that's a feeling they weren't prepared to handle. Because for the first time, they're the one feeling abandoned. Key point number 6. They start to regret walking away. Avoidants convince themselves that leaving was the right choice. They tell themselves that distance is what they needed, that emotions were overwhelming, and that detaching was the best way to protect themselves. But when you block them, something shifts. They no longer have the option to come back, even if they wanted to. And that's when regret starts creeping in. Suddenly, they start questioning their own decision. Did I act too impulsively? Did I underestimate their value in my life? Was I wrong to think they'd always be there? As Paulo Coelho once said, "One day you will wake up and there won't be any more time to do the things you've always wanted. Do it now." Avoidants operate under the illusion that they have all the time in the world to return when they're ready. But blocking them forces them to realize that time isn't unlimited. Sometimes people actually move on. At first, they'll resist the feeling of regret, telling themselves, "It's better this way." But as time passes, doubt lingers. They might even try reaching out through mutual friends, fake accounts or other indirect ways, because now, for the first time, they're the ones feeling the loss. And nothing messes with an avoidance mind more than realizing they walked away from something and might never get it back. Key point number 7. They feel uncertain about their own feelings. Avoidants like to keep things emotionally neat, at least on the surface. They convince themselves they don't need deep attachment, that walking away was logical, and that emotions are just messy complications. But when you block them, their carefully built emotional walls start to crack. Suddenly they're left with thoughts they weren't prepared for. If I really didn't care, why does this bother me? Why do I keep checking if they unblocked me? Do I actually miss them, or do I just miss the comfort of knowing they were there? As Socrates once said, the unexamined life is not worth living. Avoidants spend so much time avoiding their own emotions that they rarely stop to truly examine them. But when they lose access to you, they're forced to sit with feelings they can no longer suppress with distance. At first, they'll try to brush it off. This is just my ego talking. But the longer they remain blocked, the more they start questioning their own emotional detachment. And that's when something unexpected happens. They start wondering if they actually had stronger feelings than they ever allowed themselves to admit. So, what does an avoidant ex really feel when you block them? Confused, unsettled, and whether they admit it or not, affected. They may have walked away thinking they were in control, but when you cut off their access, the illusion shatters. Suddenly, they're the ones left wondering, questioning, and feeling the sting of rejection. But here's the most important takeaway. This isn't about them. It's about you. Blocking isn't about revenge. It's about reclaiming your peace. It's about recognizing that you don't have to sit around waiting for someone who keeps you at arm's length. As Maya Angelou wisely said, never make someone a priority when all you are to them is an option. Now, I want to hear from you. Have you ever blocked an avoidant ex? Did they react, or did they stay silent? Drop your experience in the comments below and let's talk about it. And if you found this video helpful, don't forget to like, subscribe, and join the Ace Wisdom community for more deep dives into relationships and self-empowerment. Because at the end of the day, your power isn't in waiting. It's in knowing when to walk away for good. Thank you for your support and for commenting on another video I previously uploaded. You have asked a really important question, and I thought I'd make a video with the answer because I'm sure many of you may also have the same question. I hope this video helps you. When navigating the murky waters of relationships, few experiences are as disorienting as being blocked and ghosted by an avoidant ex. It's like being cast adrift in an ocean of silence, wondering what went wrong and why they chose to disappear without a trace. This sudden retreat can leave you feeling anxious and hurt, but it's essential to recognize that this behavior is not just a random act. Understanding the stages at which avoidant individuals might block or ghost, you can shed light on their motives and give you the tools to cope. As the famous author and motivational speaker Brené Brown wisely notes, vulnerability is the birthplace of innovation, creativity, and change. This is especially true in relationships. Avoidants often struggle with vulnerability, which can trigger their flight response when the emotional stakes feel too high. In the early stages of a breakup, when feelings are still raw, an avoidant might block you to create distance from the emotional turmoil. They see this as self-preservation, even if it feels like betrayal to you. Yet it's not just about the breakup. The avoidance can continue well after the relationship has ended. They may block you on social media or silence you in other ways to protect themselves from the emotional weight of a connection that once was. This behavior isn't just a rejection of you, but a reflection of their struggle to deal with their feelings. The challenge here is to understand that their actions often stem from fear rather than a lack of care. Renowned psychologist John Gottman once stated, "The right to be heard does not automatically include the right to be taken seriously." This rings true when dealing with an avoidant ex. You may feel that your feelings deserve acknowledgement, but an avoidant might not be able to give you that closure you seek. Recognizing this can empower you to adjust your expectations and avoid unnecessary heartache. As you navigate these emotions, remember that you have a choice in how you respond. Instead of succumbing to despair, channel your energy into self-care and personal growth. This is your moment to reclaim your narrative and recognize your worth outside of their approval. As Maya Angelou famously said, "You alone are enough. You have nothing to prove to anybody." Use this time to reflect on what you truly want from future relationships. You might find yourself questioning, what can I do when they block me? The truth is, while you can't control their actions, you can control your reaction. Focus on healing and building connections with those who uplift you. Surround yourself with supportive friends and family who affirm your value. This is not just about moving on. It's about thriving in your own right. As we delve deeper into this topic, I promise that by the end of this video, you'll gain invaluable insights into avoidant behavior and how to navigate the complexities of your emotions. You'll discover strategies to empower yourself, understand their ghosting tendencies, and learn how to move forward with grace and resilience. So, I invite you to stick with me until the end as we unpack the nuances of why avoidant exes block and ghost you, and what actionable steps you can take to reclaim your peace of mind. You won't want to miss this transformative journey. If you are ready to become the best version of yourself, type this mantra in the comments. Write it down. I release the need for closure that comes from others. I honor my feelings and trust my journey. I am strong enough to let go, to heal, and to embrace new connections. Key point number 1. Understanding the avoidant attachment style. The first key point to grasp when navigating the complexities of an avoidant ex-blocking and ghosting you is understanding the avoidant attachment style itself. People with this attachment style often have deep-seated fears of intimacy and emotional closeness. They may have learned early on that vulnerability leads to pain or rejection, causing them to prioritize self-protection over connection. Avoidants tend to retreat when they feel overwhelmed or threatened by emotional demands. This can manifest as blocking you on social media, ignoring your messages, or disappearing from your life entirely. It's important to recognize that their withdrawal isn't necessarily a reflection of their feelings for you, but rather a protective mechanism rooted in their fear of vulnerability and commitment. Psychologist John Bowlby, who developed attachment theory, emphasized that early experiences with caregivers shape our relational patterns. For avoidance, inconsistent caregiving in childhood can lead to a reliance on emotional distance as a coping strategy in adulthood. Understanding this context can help you approach their behavior with compassion, even when it feels hurtful. Recognizing this pattern allows you to reframe your perspective. Instead of taking their ghosting personally, you can see it as a manifestation of their internal struggles. This insight can help alleviate some of the pain you may feel and empower you to focus on your healing journey instead. By grasping the complexities of the avoidant attachment style, you set the stage for a healthier response to their behavior, enabling you to cultivate self-compassion and resilience as you navigate the emotional aftermath of the relationship. Key point number 2. The stages of withdrawal. The second key point to understand is the stages of withdrawal that an avoidant ex typically goes through, leading to actions like blocking and ghosting. This process often unfolds in a predictable pattern, and recognizing these stages can provide valuable insight into their behavior and help you manage your own feelings during this challenging time. Initial withdrawal. The first stage often occurs shortly after the breakup or a significant emotional event. In this phase, the avoidant may start to pull away, gradually reducing communication. They might seem distant, and conversations may become superficial or infrequent. This withdrawal is usually driven by an overwhelming desire to regain control over their emotions. They may fear that engaging with you will lead to vulnerability, which they instinctively resist. During this time, it's common for them to block you on social media or limit your access to their lives, effectively creating a barrier between you and them. Deepening withdrawal. As the withdrawal continues, the avoidant may enter a deeper stage of isolation. Here, the emotional distance becomes more pronounced and they may ghost you entirely. This can feel like a sudden disappearance, leaving you confused and anxious about what went wrong. During this stage, it's crucial to understand that their actions are not a direct reflection of your worth, but rather a coping mechanism for their fear of intimacy. They may convince themselves that disappearing is the easiest way to avoid confronting uncomfortable feelings or potential conflict. Long-term detachment. Finally, if the avoidant feels that the emotional turmoil is too great to handle, they may settle into a long-term detachment. In this stage, they might block you on all platforms and cut off all communication. They have typically convinced themselves that this is for the best, both for themselves and for you. At this point, it's essential to realize that while you may still be grappling with feelings of loss and confusion, their decision to withdraw stems from their ingrained fear of vulnerability and connection, not a lack of care or affection. Understanding these stages can help you navigate your emotions more effectively. Instead of obsessing over their decisions or questioning your self-worth, you can recognize that their behavior is part of a pattern rooted in their attachment style. This awareness can foster empathy for both yourself and your ex, allowing you to approach the situation with a clearer mindset. By acknowledging these stages, you can also empower yourself to take proactive steps toward healing. While they may be withdrawing, you have the opportunity to focus on your own growth and self-care. This may involve seeking support from friends, engaging in activities that bring you joy, or even exploring new interests that promote personal development. In summary, understanding the stages of withdrawal can offer clarity during a tumultuous time. By recognizing that their ghosting is a reflection of their internal struggles, not your value, you can better navigate your emotions and embark on a path of healing and self-discovery. Key point number 3. Coping strategies for moving forward. The third key point to address is the importance of implementing effective coping strategies to navigate the emotional fallout of being blocked and ghosted by an avoidant ex. While their behavior can leave you feeling rejected and hurt, focusing on your healing process is essential. Here are some strategies to help you regain your emotional footing and move forward. 1. Establish healthy boundaries. One of the first steps in coping with the situation is to establish healthy boundaries for yourself. This might involve limiting your exposure to their social media or avoiding places where you might encounter them. Creating physical and emotional distance can help you regain a sense of control and security. Setting these boundaries allows you to focus on your own healing without being constantly reminded of their absence or their actions. 2. Process your emotions. It's essential to acknowledge and process the emotions that arise from being ghosted or blocked. Allow yourself to feel the pain, confusion, and anger that can come with the loss of a relationship. Journaling can be a powerful tool for processing your thoughts and feelings, as it helps clarify your emotions and can provide a safe space to express yourself. Sharing your experiences with trusted friends or a therapist can also offer additional support and perspective during this challenging time. 3. Focus on self-care. Prioritizing self-care is crucial when coping with emotional distress. Engage in activities that promote your well-being and happiness, whether that means diving into a new hobby, exercising, or spending time with loved ones. Make a conscious effort to nurture your physical, emotional, and mental health. As the renowned author and speaker Brené Brown states, "You can't get to courage without walking through vulnerability." Embracing this vulnerability through self-care can help you build resilience and empower you to move forward. 4. Shift your perspective. Try to reframe your thoughts about the situation. Instead of viewing their actions solely as rejection, consider that their behavior reflects their struggles with intimacy and fear. This perspective can help you cultivate empathy for both them and yourself, allowing you to release some of the negativity that may be clouding your healing process. As you shift your focus from them to your growth, you open the door to new opportunities and connections that may enrich your life. 5. Embrace new connections. Finally, as you navigate this transition, consider exploring new relationships and connections. While it's natural to feel hesitant after being ghosted, opening yourself up to new experiences can be an enriching way to heal. Surrounding yourself with supportive individuals who respect your boundaries and encourage your growth can help you rebuild your confidence and sense of self-worth. In summary, coping with the emotional fallout from being blocked and ghosted by an avoidant ex can be challenging, but it's also an opportunity for growth and self-discovery. By implementing these coping strategies, establishing healthy boundaries, processing your emotions, prioritizing self-care, shifting your perspective, and embracing new connections, you can reclaim your emotional well-being and move forward with renewed strength and resilience. Key point number 4. Recognizing patterns and learning for the future. The fourth key point involves recognizing the patterns that arise in relationships with avoidant individuals and using this awareness to inform your future interactions and choices. Understanding these dynamics not only helps you make sense of your past experiences, but also equips you with valuable insights for healthier relationships moving forward. 1. Identifying red flags. One of the most important lessons from dealing with an avoidant ex is learning to identify red flags in relationships. Avoidants often exhibit behaviors such as a reluctance to discuss emotions, fear of commitment, or inconsistent communication. By becoming aware of these warning signs early on, you can better gauge whether a potential partner is likely to engage in healthy relational practices. This proactive approach can save you emotional turmoil and guide you toward partners who align with your emotional needs. 2. Understanding your own patterns. In addition to recognizing the avoidance patterns, it's equally important to reflect on your own behaviors and emotional responses. Consider how your attachment style influences your choices and interactions. Are you prone to pursuing individuals who mirror the avoidant traits you've encountered in the past? By understanding your relational patterns, you can work to break the cycle and make conscious choices that promote healthier dynamics. 3. Setting intentions for future relationships. As you process your experiences, take the time to set intentions for what you want in future relationships. Think about the qualities you value in a partner, such as emotional availability, open communication, and mutual respect. Creating a clear vision for your future relationships can help guide your choices and empower you to seek out connections that support your well-being. Remember, as author Paulo Coelho said, "When you want something, all the universe conspires in helping you to achieve it." By clarifying your intentions, you open yourself up to the possibilities of healthier, more fulfilling connections. 4. Emphasizing open communication. Another vital lesson from dealing with avoidant behavior is the importance of open communication in relationships. Make it a priority to express your feelings and needs honestly and respectfully with future partners. Encourage discussions about emotional boundaries, fears, and expectations early on. This proactive approach can help build a strong foundation of trust and understanding, allowing you to navigate challenges together rather than resorting to withdrawal or avoidance. 5. Practicing patience and self-compassion. Lastly, as you embark on this journey of self-discovery and growth, remember to practice patience and self-compassion. Healing from a relationship with an avoidant ex takes time, and it's normal to experience setbacks along the way. Acknowledge your feelings and remind yourself that it's okay to take the time you need to process and learn. As the author Anne Lamott wisely noted, hope begins in the dark. The stubborn hope that if you just show up and try to do the right thing, the dawn will come. In summary, recognizing the patterns in relationships with avoidant individuals provides crucial insights that can enhance your future interactions. By identifying red flags, understanding your own behaviors, setting clear intentions, emphasizing open communication, and practicing patience and self-compassion, you can cultivate healthier relationships and create a fulfilling emotional life. This newfound awareness will empower you to break free from past cycles and build connections that truly resonate with your values and desires. Moving forward with clarity and strength. As we wrap up our exploration of the stages at which an avoidant ex might block and ghost you, it's essential to reflect on the journey we've undertaken together. Understanding the nuances of avoidant behavior, recognizing the withdrawal stages, and implementing effective coping strategies have equipped you with invaluable tools for navigating the complexities of your emotions and relationships. Remember, knowledge is power, and by applying these insights, you're taking significant steps toward reclaiming your sense of self and emotional well-being. The path to healing may not be linear, and it's natural to experience moments of doubt and pain. However, by acknowledging your feelings and focusing on self-care, you can emerge from this experience stronger and more resilient. As the great Maya Angelou once said, you may not control all the events that happen to you, but you can control your attitude toward them. Embrace this mindset as you move forward, allowing yourself to learn and grow from each experience. It's also crucial to carry the lessons learned from this relationship into your future. By identifying patterns, setting intentions, and fostering open communication, you can cultivate healthier relationships that honor your emotional needs. Remember that every relationship, even the challenging ones, can offer valuable insights that shape your understanding of love and connection. If you found this video insightful, I encourage you to share your thoughts and experiences in the comments below. Engaging with our community not only fosters connection, but also allows us to learn from one another. And if you haven't already, consider joining the Ace Wisdom family as a channel member. Your support helps us create high-quality content that delves deeper into the complexities of relationships and personal growth. Thank you for joining me on this journey today. I hope you feel empowered and equipped to navigate the challenges of relationships with greater clarity and strength. Remember, you are worthy of love, respect, and understanding. Until next time, take care of yourself and keep striving for the emotional connections that enrich your life. What if I told you that the most powerful thing you could ever do to someone who underestimated you is nothing at all? No desperate texts, no fiery arguments, no long-winded explanations, just silence. Because silence isn't weakness. It's a mirror that forces them to face the truth they've been avoiding. And trust me, when they finally realize what they've lost, the weight of that silence will crush them. Think about it. When someone walks away from you, whether out of boredom, arrogance, or the false belief that they can do better. They expect a reaction. They expect anger. They expect sadness. They expect you to chase. Because as long as you're reacting, they still have control. But when you give them nothing, no calls, no messages, not even a glance, you take that control back. Suddenly, they're the ones drowning in uncertainty. They're the ones questioning everything. Lao Tzu once said, "Silence is a source of great strength, and in moments of heartbreak nothing is truer." Your silence is not just the absence of words, it's the presence of self-respect. It's a declaration that you will not beg for love, you will not compete for attention, and you will not lower your worth to fit someone else's fleeting desires. Picture this. A man once gave his heart, his time, his soul to a woman who walked away without warning. Maybe she thought she had him wrapped around her finger. Maybe she assumed he'd always be there. But he did something she never expected. He vanished. No angry messages, no pleas, no explanations. Just silence. And in that silence, her confidence cracked. She began to wonder, did I misjudge him? Did I make a mistake? And that's when the regret set in. Because here's the truth. People don't feel the loss of something when it's still chasing them. They feel the loss when it's gone. When you remove yourself completely, when you cut off every avenue for them to reach you, their world shifts. The same person they took for granted suddenly becomes a mystery, an enigma, an unsolved puzzle that haunts them. And human nature craves resolution. That's when they start looking for answers and realizing they don't have any. Even the great Napoleon Bonaparte understood this psychological power play. He said, "Never interrupt your enemy when he is making a mistake." And in love, as in war, sometimes the most strategic move is to let them sit in their own decisions. No interference, no correction. Just space for them to see their own error, loud and clear. And here's where most people get it wrong. They think silence is just about ignoring someone. But real silence is deeper. It's about moving on so completely that they no longer have a place in your world. It's about rebuilding your life in such a way that by the time they realize what they've lost, it's already too late. So if you're tired of being the one who always cares more, always gives more, always hurts more, this is your moment. Stand firm in your silence. Let them feel the absence of your presence. And when the regret finally hits them, when they start searching for you in places you no longer exist, they'll learn the hardest lesson of all. You were never the one who needed them. They were the ones who needed you, because the most powerful revenge is not anger. It's not bitterness. It's not even moving on. It's thriving. And that's exactly what you're about to do. Key point number 1. Your silence is more powerful than any words. Silence isn't just the absence of noise. It's a psychological weapon that forces them to sit with their own choices. When someone expects a reaction from you and gets nothing, it triggers something deep inside them. Doubt. They start questioning themselves, wondering if they miscalculated your worth. Steve Jobs once said, "Don't let the noise of others' opinions drown out your own inner voice." And that applies perfectly here. Your silence is not just a response, it's a message. It says, "I am not playing your game. I am not begging for closure. I am moving forward." Most people believe that talking things out or getting the last word will make them feel better. But in reality, it's often the opposite. The more you try to explain your worth to someone who took you for granted, the less they value you. But when you say nothing, that's when they feel it. It's human nature to want what we can't have. The moment you stop making yourself available, they begin to wonder, why aren't they reaching out? Did I make a mistake? Have they already moved on? And that uncertainty, it will drive them crazy. Because the one thing the human mind struggles with the most is the unknown. Key point number 2. Absence creates value. Have you ever noticed how people tend to desire what they can't have? It's human psychology. Scarcity increases value. When something is always available, it's taken for granted. But when it suddenly disappears, its worth skyrockets. This is exactly why your absence will hit them harder than any words ever could. When you walk away without a fight, without a plea for closure, without even a hint of desperation, you become something rare, something they can't control, can't predict, and most importantly, can't replace. As the great Pablo Picasso once said, the meaning of life is to find your gift. The purpose of life is to give it away. But here's the catch. You don't give your presence to just anyone, especially not to someone who failed to appreciate it when they had it. By removing yourself completely, you force them to experience the void where you once were. That's when they start realizing the little things, your energy, your presence, the way you made them feel. And suddenly the things they once ignored become glaringly obvious. They'll start searching for your attention, craving the connection they thought they could easily replace. But by the time they realize your true worth, you'll be long gone. Key point number 3. Emotional detachment is your superpower. The moment you detach emotionally, you take back all the power they once had over you. See, most people assume power comes from control. Controlling the situation, controlling the narrative, controlling the other person's emotions. But real power, it comes from letting go. Bruce Lee once said, emotional content, not anger. And that's exactly what detachment is. It's not about being cold or heartless. It's about refusing to let someone else dictate how you feel. When you master this, nothing they do can shake you. Their attempts to provoke you? Useless. Their mind games? Ineffective. Their absence? Completely irrelevant. Detachment doesn't mean you stop caring. It means you stop over-investing in people who don't invest in you. Instead of wasting energy analyzing their actions or hoping they'll realize their mistake, you redirect that energy into yourself, your goals, your growth, your future. And here's the ironic part. Once they see that you're unbothered, that's when they start bothering. Because nothing is more unsettling than realizing someone who once cared doesn't anymore. Key point number 4. The shift from chaser to prize. The moment you stop chasing, the entire dynamic changes. They expected you to beg, to plead, to prove your worth. But when you do the opposite, when you walk away with confidence, they're left confused, unsettled, and ultimately regretful. Muhammad Ali once said, "I don't have to be what you want me to be." And that's the mindset you need. You are not here to convince anyone to see your value. You are the prize, and the prize doesn't chase. It gets chosen. Think about it. The more desperate you appear, the less valuable you seem. But the moment you become unavailable, your value rises. They start wondering, why aren't they chasing me? Did I misjudge their feelings? Are they already moving on without me? That's when the power dynamic flips. Suddenly, you're the one in control. And the more you focus on yourself, on your happiness, your success, your peace, the more they feel the weight of their loss. Because nothing is more attractive than someone who is unshaken, unbothered, and completely at peace without them. Key point number 5. Moving on is the ultimate revenge. Nothing will make them feel the pain of losing you more than seeing you thrive without them. Not anger, not revenge. Just pure, undeniable growth. Because the truth is, the best way to make someone regret losing you is to become someone they can never have again. Frank Sinatra famously said, "The best revenge is massive success." And that's exactly what you need to focus on. Instead of wasting time wondering if they miss you, if they'll come back, or if they regret their decision, use that energy to upgrade your life. Improve your mind, your body, your finances, your relationships. Because here's the thing, the moment they see you genuinely happy, unbothered and glowing without them, it will haunt them. They expected you to be stuck, to be heartbroken, to wait for their return. But when they realize they've been erased from your world, that's when the regret hits hard. And by then, it won't even matter to you anymore. Key point number 6. Indifference hurts more than hate. Hate is still an emotion. It shows that you care. And as long as you care, they still have power over you. But indifference is a cold, hard truth that they can't escape. It tells them, you are no longer relevant in my world. Elon Musk once said, if something is important enough, you do it, even if the odds are not in your favor. And what's more important than your peace of mind? Instead of wasting energy on resentment, you choose to rise above it. You choose peace over pettiness, self-respect over drama, and growth over grudges. When they see that you're not angry, not bitter, not even slightly affected, that's when it hits them. They expected you to react, to fight, to prove your worth. But when you do nothing, when you carry on like they never existed, that's when they feel the weight of their own actions. Because the opposite of love isn't hate, it's indifference. And nothing is more painful than realizing the person who once cared the most doesn't care at all anymore. Key point number 7. Your absence forces them to face themselves. When you completely remove yourself from someone's life, you do more than just disappear. You leave them alone with their own thoughts. And for many people, that's the worst punishment of all. Jiddu Krishnamurti once said, "The ability to observe without evaluating is the highest form of intelligence." And that's exactly what happens when you step back. Without your presence to distract them, they are forced to confront their own actions, their own choices, and the consequences of losing you. See, as long as you're there, arguing, explaining, proving your worth, they can justify their decisions. But the moment you go silent, they have no excuses left. They have no one else to blame. They're left alone with the truth. They lost someone who truly cared. And that realization, it doesn't just hurt, it haunts them. Because deep down, they'll know they did this to themselves. The final lesson: they lost you, not the other way around. At the end of the day, the pain of losing you will hit them hard. But not because you tried to make them suffer, not because you sought revenge, but because you chose yourself. And that choice? That's what makes them regret everything. Like Maya Angelou said, never make someone a priority when all you are to them is an option. The moment you stop fighting for someone who wouldn't fight for you, you reclaim your power. And when they finally realize what they had, when they start searching for you in places you no longer exist, when they reach out only to find that you've moved on, that's when it truly sinks in. By then, you won't need closure. You won't need validation. Because the best revenge isn't proving them wrong. It's becoming someone they can never reach again. So if you're ready to take back your power, live your truth, and never chase again, comment, "I choose myself" below. And if you found value in this, don't forget to like, subscribe, and join the Ace Wisdom community. Because this is just the beginning of your transformation. Let me paint you a picture. You've given your own time, your energy, your loyalty to someone who, over time, began to see those gifts as their entitlement. They've stopped appreciating you, assuming you'll always be there no matter how they treat you. And you feel stuck. You've tried to reason with them, to explain your worth, but it's like shouting into a void. Now, imagine one day you decide to stop playing this exhausting game. Instead of confronting them or making a dramatic exit, you choose a different path. Silence. You vanish. No warnings, no explanations, no dramatic farewells. Suddenly the person who took you for granted finds themselves in a void where you used to be. They don't hear from you. They can't reach you. And in that silence, the truth becomes painfully clear. As the writer Joan Didion once said, we tell ourselves stories in order to live. But when you ghost someone, you turn the narrative on its head. Their story is interrupted, and they're left with only their thoughts. Questions begin to swirl in their minds. Where did they go? Did I push them away? Why does my heart ache? The absence of your presence forces them to confront their own feelings and the reality of what they've lost. This isn't merely about cutting someone off. It's a powerful statement, a strategic act of reclaiming your power. As the philosopher Seneca noted, it is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more that is poor. In this context, your absence becomes a lesson in valuing what one has. When you withdraw, you're not just removing yourself. You're creating a rarity, a void that they must reckon with. The truth is, absence often speaks louder than any words could. You're giving them the chance to truly understand the depth of what they've lost, something they may never have realized while you were still around. Welcome to Ace Wisdom, where we blend ancient philosophical insights with modern psychological strategies to transform your mindset and life. In today's video, we delve into the art of ghosting, not as a petty or vengeful act, but as a deliberate strategy to reclaim your energy and demand the respect you deserve. Think about it. People rarely appreciate what they have until it's gone. This principle of scarcity is a psychological truth that amplifies the impact of your absence, making it far more significant than mere presence. When you choose to disappear, you shift the dynamics entirely. You stop being an option and become a necessity, a void they'll instinctively seek to fill with regret and longing. But here's the catch. This strategy only works if you have the self-discipline to remain absent. That's where the true power lies. Over the next few minutes, we'll explore why silence is often more effective than confrontation, how absence evokes emotions like regret and longing, and how to use this strategy to not only teach others a lesson, but to foster your own growth into the strongest version of yourself. So let's take a moment to declare our power right here and now. Scroll down to the comments and type, "My silence is my power." This is a collective affirmation, a claim on your self-respect and autonomy. If you're ready to reclaim your time, energy, and self-worth, hit that button. This is your first step toward mastering the art of detachment and becoming untouchable. Stay tuned as we dive deeper into the transformative power of your absence. Remember, sometimes the greatest message you can send is the one you don't say at all. Ace Wisdom presents Ghost Them and Watch. Why your absence is their punishment. Key point 1. Why absence speaks louder than words. Absence is a powerful tool in communication, often carrying a weight that words cannot match. When someone is present, there's a tendency to take them for granted, believing they will always be available. However, when that person is suddenly absent, the dynamics shift dramatically. The silence that follows creates a void that forces the other party to reflect on what they've lost. As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind only holds true until that absence creates a deep longing. The emotional turmoil that arises from not having someone around speaks volumes about their value and significance. Absence allows individuals to experience the consequences of their actions more acutely. When you ghost someone, you remove the opportunity for discussion, justification, or conflict. Instead, they are left with their thoughts and feelings, often leading to self-reflection. This can be a profound moment for them, making them confront their behavior and its impact on the relationship. The discomfort they feel becomes a catalyst for change, prompting them to reevaluate how they treat others and fostering personal growth. Absence brings forth the principle of scarcity. People value what they can't have. Just as a child might desire a toy more when it's taken away, adults experience the same feelings in relationships. The longer someone is gone, the more significant their absence feels, making it harder for the other person to forget or dismiss them. This phenomenon can lead to feelings of regret and longing, encouraging the person to reconsider their previous actions and attitudes. In many ways, absence acts as a mirror reflecting the true nature of relationships. It unveils the depth of connection, allowing both parties to assess their feelings and behaviors. When one person disappears, it forces the other to face the reality of the relationship without the comforting presence of their counterpart. This reflection can lead to a deeper understanding of one's own emotions and the dynamics at play in the relationship. Absence is a profound statement that goes beyond words. It conveys feelings of hurt, disappointment, and a demand for change. The lack of communication can create a narrative far more powerful than any dialogue. As people process their feelings, they often find themselves grappling with questions and realizations that words could never convey, making absence a potent tool for self-discovery and emotional growth. Key point 2. The psychological effect of ghosting. Ghosting, or cutting off communication without explanation, has significant psychological effects on both parties involved. For the person being ghosted, the sudden silence can lead to confusion and anxiety. They may find themselves ruminating on what went wrong, questioning their worth, and replaying interactions in their minds. This state of uncertainty can create a sense of emotional instability, making it difficult for them to move forward. As the writer and philosopher Alain de Botton suggests, what makes life difficult is that we often feel we are alone in our experiences, highlighting how isolation can amplify feelings of distress. On the other hand, the person who chooses to ghost often experiences a sense of empowerment or relief. By removing themselves from a toxic situation or relationship, they reclaim their time and energy. This act can serve as a form of self-preservation, allowing them to prioritize their mental health and well-being. However, it's essential to recognize that ghosting also comes with its own psychological implications. There may be feelings of guilt or regret for not providing closure, leading to inner conflict about their decision. The effects of ghosting can also trigger a variety of emotions in the ghosted individual. They may feel abandoned or rejected, leading to low self-esteem and trust issues in future relationships. This emotional turmoil can create a cycle of anxiety and avoidance, making it challenging for them to open up to others again. The impact of ghosting extends beyond the immediate moment. It can shape how individuals view relationships and connection in the long term. Furthermore, ghosting can create a paradox of longing and resentment. The ghosted person may oscillate between missing the other person and feeling angry about their abrupt departure. This internal conflict can hinder their ability to process emotions and move on from the situation. As renowned psychologist Brené Brown emphasizes, vulnerability is a strength, and ghosting denies both parties the opportunity to express their feelings authentically. This lack of communication can leave unresolved issues festering beneath the surface. The psychological effects of ghosting are complex and multifaceted. While it may serve as a protective mechanism for one party, it can lead to significant emotional distress for the other. Understanding these dynamics can empower individuals to navigate their relationships with more awareness and compassion, fostering healthier connections in the future. Key point 3. Stoic principles on controlling emotions. Stoicism, an ancient philosophy focused on self-control and rationality, offers valuable insights into managing emotions, especially in challenging relationships. One of the fundamental principles of Stoicism is recognizing that while we cannot control external events, we can control our reactions to them. This perspective encourages individuals to detach their self-worth from others' opinions and behaviors, allowing them to respond thoughtfully rather than emotionally. Marcus Aurelius, a prominent Stoic philosopher, famously stated, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this and you will find strength." By practicing emotional detachment, individuals can maintain their composure in the face of adversity. When someone feels the urge to confront a situation or person, Stoicism encourages a pause for reflection. Instead of reacting impulsively, one can ask themselves what truly matters and how best to respond. This process fosters resilience and empowers individuals to make decisions that align with their values rather than succumbing to momentary emotions. Another essential aspect of Stoicism is the concept of amor fati, or love of fate. This principle teaches individuals to embrace all aspects of life, including suffering and loss. When applied to relationships, it suggests that one should accept the end of a connection without bitterness, recognizing it as part of their journey. This acceptance allows individuals to release attachments and focus on personal growth, transforming challenging experiences into opportunities for self-discovery. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of self-reflection and mindfulness. By regularly examining one's thoughts and feelings, individuals can develop a greater understanding of their emotional landscape. This practice allows them to identify triggers and patterns in their behavior, fostering emotional intelligence. As Epictetus, another influential Stoic, advised, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." This mindset empowers individuals to take responsibility for their emotional well-being. Embracing Stoic principles can provide a robust framework for controlling emotions and navigating relationships with grace and composure. By focusing on internal strength, acceptance, and self-awareness, individuals can cultivate a sense of peace amid external chaos. This approach not only enhances emotional resilience, but also promotes healthier interactions with others, enabling individuals to respond with clarity rather than chaos. Key point 4. Reclaiming power through absence. Reclaiming power through absence is a strategic choice that allows individuals to take control of their lives and relationships. When someone feels undervalued or taken for granted, stepping back can create the necessary space to reassess their worth and boundaries. This deliberate act sends a clear message. You are not just a convenience or option. You deserve respect and appreciation. By choosing absence over conflict, individuals demonstrate their self-worth and set the tone for future interactions. Absence also has a unique way of shifting power dynamics. When you disappear from someone's life, it forces them to confront the reality of their actions and the potential loss of the relationship. This shift can evoke feelings of regret and longing, making them realize what they'd taken for granted. As they navigate their emotions, they may come to understand the significance of your presence and how their behavior contributed to the disconnect. This realization can empower you by validating your decision to step away and prioritize your well-being. Absence creates a sense of intrigue and scarcity. When someone is no longer accessible, they become a rarity in the eyes of the other person. This scarcity often leads to a heightened desire to reconnect, as the ghosted individual may start to idealize the memories shared. The longer you maintain your absence, the more pronounced this effect can become, reinforcing your position of power in the relationship. Reclaiming power through absence is not just about punishing the other person. It's also about fostering personal growth and self-awareness. This space allows individuals to reflect on their needs, desires, and boundaries, helping them develop a clearer understanding of what they want from future relationships. By prioritizing their emotional well-being, individuals can emerge stronger and more confident, equipped to engage with others in a healthier way. Embracing the power of absence as a reclamation strategy encourages individuals to take ownership of their lives. It transforms the narrative from one of victimhood to one of empowerment, allowing for healing and growth. By recognizing the strength that lies in silence, individuals can navigate relationships on their terms, fostering mutual respect and understanding in the process. Key point 5. Dark psychology. How they'll feel your absence. Dark psychology delves into the manipulation of human behavior, often exploring how individuals can leverage psychological tactics to influence others. When it comes to ghosting, the absence itself becomes a form of psychological leverage. The person being ghosted is left in a state of emotional turmoil, grappling with feelings of confusion and abandonment. This creates a power imbalance where the ghosted individual is left questioning their self-worth and the value of the relationship. As they navigate their emotions, they may experience a mix of regret, longing, and a desperate desire for answers. The absence creates a space where the ghosted person must confront their own thoughts and feelings, leading to introspection. They may replay past interactions, searching for clues or signs that could explain the sudden disappearance. This process can evoke feelings of guilt or shame, prompting them to reconsider their behavior and how it may have contributed to the situation. The psychological effects of absence can be profound, often leading individuals to reevaluate their self-image and the importance of their relationships. The sudden absence can trigger feelings of anxiety and insecurity. The ghosted person may find themselves questioning their worth and whether they were deserving of the relationship. This internal conflict can lead to a downward spiral, where they oscillate between missing the other person and feeling resentment towards them. The emotional turmoil caused by absence can create a lasting impact, shaping their perceptions of future relationships and trust. Dark psychology suggests that the absence can also create a sense of urgency. The ghosted individual may feel compelled to reach out, seeking closure or reconciliation. This desire for connection can lead to impulsive actions, such as desperate attempts to re-establish contact. This dynamic reinforces the power of the one who ghosted, as they hold the keys to the relationship's future. The emotional distress experienced by the ghosted person can serve as a reminder of the other party's influence over their feelings and desires. Ultimately, understanding the psychological impact of absence through the lens of dark psychology sheds light on the complexities of human relationships. While ghosting may initially seem like an act of self-preservation, it can create a web of emotional turmoil for both parties involved. By recognizing these dynamics, individuals can navigate their relationships with greater awareness, fostering healthier connections built on mutual respect and understanding. Key point 6. What to do while you're gone. While you're maintaining your absence, it's essential to focus on self-care and personal growth. This time away should be viewed as an opportunity to reconnect with yourself, assess your needs, and prioritize your emotional well-being. Engaging in activities that bring you joy and fulfillment can help you regain a sense of purpose and identity outside of the relationship. Whether it's pursuing a new hobby, spending time with friends, or simply enjoying solitude, use this time to nurture your spirit and cultivate a sense of empowerment. Moreover, reflect on the experiences that led to your decision to ghost. Journaling can be an effective tool for processing your thoughts and emotions. Writing about your feelings allows you to gain clarity and insight into the dynamics of the relationship, helping you understand what you truly want moving forward. This self-reflection can also aid in identifying patterns in your relationships, empowering you to make healthier choices in the future. In addition to self-reflection, consider focusing on your physical health during this time. Exercise, proper nutrition, and sufficient rest can greatly impact your mental and emotional state. Engaging in physical activities not only boosts your mood, but also enhances your overall well-being. This focus on self-care reinforces the idea that you are worthy of love and respect, encouraging you to prioritize yourself above all else. Another important aspect of this period is to set boundaries for yourself. While you may be absent from the other person's life, it's crucial to establish boundaries regarding how you engage with others during this time. Protecting your emotional space ensures that you don't fall back into old patterns or allow others to infringe on your newfound self-worth. Setting clear boundaries empowers you to maintain your focus on personal growth and self-discovery. Embrace the power of patience during this time. It's natural to feel a sense of urgency to reconnect or resolve lingering issues, but it's important to give yourself and the other person the space needed to reflect and grow. Allowing time for both parties to process their feelings can lead to more meaningful interactions in the future. Trust the journey of self-discovery and healing, knowing that you are taking significant steps toward a healthier, more empowered version of yourself. Key point 7. The inevitable comeback. What happens next? After a period of absence, the question often arises: what happens next? The inevitable comeback can take various forms, and it's essential to navigate this phase with intention and awareness. Initially, the person who was ghosted may reach out, expressing confusion, longing, or even anger about the sudden absence. This moment can be pivotal, as it offers an opportunity for honest communication and reflection. As you re-enter their life, you have the chance to clarify your feelings and intentions, paving the way for a more authentic connection. However, it's crucial to approach this comeback with caution. Emotions may still be running high, and both parties need to engage in open and honest dialogue. Consider how you want to frame your re-entry into the relationship. Will you explain your absence, or will you focus on moving forward? Establishing your intentions and boundaries during this conversation can set the tone for future interactions, ensuring that both parties understand the importance of mutual respect and communication. The aftermath of your absence can also reveal whether the other person has reflected on their behavior and made necessary changes. Pay attention to their responses and actions as you reconnect. If they demonstrate genuine remorse and a willingness to improve, it may indicate that your absence had a profound impact on their understanding of the relationship. On the other hand, if they continue to exhibit the same behaviors that led to your initial decision to ghost, it may be a signal to reassess the potential for a healthy connection. In this comeback phase, it's essential to prioritize your emotional well-being. Reflect on what you truly want from the relationship and whether it aligns with your values and needs. Trust your instincts and listen to your feelings. If reconnecting feels right, embrace the opportunity for growth and healing. However, if the connection still feels toxic or unfulfilling, it may be time to assert your boundaries once again. Ultimately, the inevitable comeback is a chance for transformation, both for you and the other person. It's an opportunity to foster understanding, rebuild trust, and create a healthier dynamic moving forward. Approach this phase with mindfulness and clarity, remembering that you have the power to shape the future of the relationship based on your needs and desires. Number 8. Empowering yourself to stay ghosted. Empowering yourself to stay ghosted is about embracing your choice to prioritize your emotional well-being and reclaim your sense of self. This decision requires courage and self-awareness, as it often means resisting the temptation to re-engage with someone who may not have valued you as you deserve. By standing firm in your choice to remain absent, you send a clear message to yourself and others. Your peace of mind and self-respect take precedence. One crucial aspect of empowerment is recognizing that you hold the keys to your happiness. It's essential to internalize the understanding that your worth is not determined by someone else's opinion or presence. Embrace the idea that you are whole and complete on your own. As Maya Angelou wisely said, "You alone are enough." You have nothing to prove to anybody. This mindset encourages you to cultivate self-love and acceptance, reinforcing your resolve to maintain your distance. During this time of absence, focus on building a strong sense of identity independent of the relationship. Engage in activities that bring you joy and fulfillment, and surround yourself with supportive friends and family. This sense of community can provide the emotional reinforcement needed to stay committed to your decision. The more you invest in your personal growth and happiness, the more empowered you will feel to resist the urge to reconnect prematurely. It's also essential to set clear boundaries for yourself regarding future interactions. If the person who ghosted you attempts to re-establish contact, have a plan in place for how you will respond. This proactive approach allows you to remain in control of your emotional landscape, preventing you from slipping back into old patterns. By asserting your boundaries, you demonstrate self-respect and ensure that any future interactions are rooted in mutual appreciation and understanding. Embrace the idea that staying ghosted can be an act of self-care rather than punishment. By prioritizing your emotional health, you pave the way for healthier relationships in the future. Allow yourself the space to heal and reflect, understanding that you deserve connections that uplift and nourish you. In doing so, you empower yourself to make choices that align with your values and foster meaningful connections based on respect and reciprocity. As we come to the end of our exploration into the profound impact of absence, it's clear that silence can speak volumes in our relationships. By choosing to step back and prioritize ourselves, we reclaim our power and challenge the status quo. This journey has shown us that ghosting isn't merely an act of avoidance. It's a strategic move that allows us to redefine our worth and assert our boundaries. The wisdom of ancient philosophies and modern psychology highlights that absence creates a space for reflection and growth, not just for ourselves, but for those we leave behind. Remember, you have the strength to navigate your emotions and choices with intention. By embracing the power of absence, you can inspire change and foster deeper connections based on mutual respect. So, as you move forward, carry with you the knowledge that your silence can resonate louder than any confrontation. Trust in your journey of self-discovery and the clarity it brings. Thank you for joining us today on this insightful journey through the art of ghosting and the power of absence. We hope you feel empowered to reclaim your time, energy, and self-respect. If you found value in today's discussion, be sure to share this video and connect with others who may benefit from these insights. Let's continue to uplift and support one another on the path to healthier relationships and personal growth. Until next time, stay empowered, embrace your silence, and remember, your absence is a powerful... Thank you for your continued support and for commenting on one of my previous videos. I hope this video helps you. When someone you care about suddenly blocks you, it can feel like the emotional equivalent of a door slamming in your face. And when that person has an avoidant attachment style, well, that just adds a whole new layer of confusion. One moment, they seem distant, but still present. And the next, they've vanished, like a ghost who once had your heart. But here's the real question. What does it actually mean when an avoidant ex blocks you? And more importantly, what should you do next? This isn't just about them removing you from their digital space. It's about what's going on in their mind. People with avoidant tendencies fear emotional closeness, yet they're also terrified of being abandoned. Blocking is often their way of controlling a situation that feels overwhelming. It's not just about pushing you away, it's about protecting themselves from feelings they don't know how to handle. As Sigmund Freud once said, unexpressed emotions will never die. They are buried alive and will come forth later in uglier ways. Blocking is an avoidance way of trying to bury emotions, but that doesn't mean they disappear. Now, I know what you might be thinking. If they block me, doesn't that mean they don't care? Not necessarily. Avoidants are wired to suppress their emotions, but that doesn't mean they don't feel them. In fact, the stronger their emotions, the more they try to push them down. It's counterintuitive, but many avoidants block the people they care about the most. Not because they don't want them, but because they don't know how to handle the depth of their own feelings. But here's where most people get it wrong. They panic. They start reaching out through different platforms, sending long messages, or even creating new accounts just to be seen. But that's exactly what you shouldn't do. As the great Stoic philosopher Epictetus put it, we cannot choose our external circumstances, but we can always choose how we respond to them. You have more power in this situation than you think. You just need to shift your mindset. Instead of chasing after someone who blocked you, what if you took a step back? What if, instead of obsessing over their actions, you focused on your own healing? Right now, your avoidant ex is expecting a certain reaction from you. They assume you'll reach out, that you'll demand answers, that you'll try to fix things. But what happens when you don't? What happens when you break the cycle? That's when things start to shift. Blocking isn't the end of the story. It's a plot twist. And like any great story, what happens next depends on how you respond. You don't have to play by their rules anymore. You don't have to let their fear of intimacy dictate your self-worth. Remember what Eleanor Roosevelt once said, "No one can make you feel inferior without your consent." You have the power to turn this moment into something that strengthens you rather than breaks you. So, here's my promise to you. By the end of this video, you'll understand exactly what your avoidant ex's blocking really means. You'll also learn the most powerful way to respond, one that puts you in control, protects your dignity, and might even shift the dynamic entirely. Because, trust me, there's a way forward that doesn't involve chasing, begging, or losing yourself in the process. If you've ever been blocked and felt confused, hurt, or frustrated, then stick with me until the end. This is going to change the way you see avoidance, relationships, and most importantly, yourself. If you are ready to become the best version of yourself, type this mantra in the comments. Write it down. I release the past and embrace my growth. Each block is a lesson, guiding me toward deeper self-love. I honor my feelings and choose to move forward, attracting healthy connections that nourish my soul. Ace Wisdom presents Avoidant Ex Blocked You. What it really means and what to do. Key point number 1. Blocking is a defense mechanism, not a final decision. When an avoidant ex blocks you, your first instinct might be to assume it's over for good. But here's the truth. Blocking is rarely about you. It's about them. Avoidants don't block people because they feel nothing. They block because they feel too much and don't know how to process it. Avoidant attachment is rooted in a deep fear of emotional closeness. They crave connection, but also fear losing their independence. When things start to feel too intense, their instinct is to retreat. And blocking? That's just another form of retreating, a way to create emotional distance when they feel overwhelmed. As Carl Jung once said, everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. Your avoidant ex isn't blocking you because they've stopped caring. More often than not, they're blocking you because they don't know how to handle what they're feeling. Think about it. If they were truly indifferent, why block at all? They could simply ignore you, let things fade out naturally. But blocking is an active move, a sign that they're trying to manage their emotions by shutting down all external triggers. So, what should you do? Nothing. No chasing, no trying to get around the block, no desperate messages from a friend's account. Because the moment you chase, you confirm their fear, that relationships mean losing control. Instead, the most powerful move you can make is to step back, focus on yourself, and let them sit with their own decision. And trust me, they will notice your silence. Key point number 2. Your silence speaks louder than words. When an avoidant X blocks you, your first instinct might be to reach out in some way, to ask why, to seek closure, to prove that you still care. But here's the paradox. The more you try to break through their walls, the higher they'll build them. Avoidants fear being overwhelmed by emotions, especially when they feel vulnerable. Blocking is their way of trying to regain control. But what happens when you don't react the way they expect? What happens when instead of chasing, you go silent? That's when real power shifts. Think about it. Why do people block in the first place? To create distance, to get relief from emotional pressure. But when you step back completely, they're left alone with their thoughts. No validation, no reassurance, no proof that you're still waiting. That's when the doubt creeps in. As Napoleon Bonaparte famously said, "Never interrupt your enemy when he is making a mistake." Now, your avoidant X isn't your enemy, but the wisdom still applies. If blocking you was their emotional escape plan, your silence forces them to sit with their own emotions instead of using you as an emotional trigger. The best response to being blocked? No response at all. Let them wonder. Let them feel the weight of their decision. Because if there's one thing avoidants aren't great at handling, it's uncertainty. Key point number 3. Avoidants struggle with emotional absence more than you think. At first, blocking you may feel like a relief to your avoidant X. It gives them a false sense of control, a way to suppress the emotional overwhelm they couldn't handle. But here's what they don't realize. Avoidants are more affected by emotional absence than they let on. See, avoidants might crave space, but they also need a sense of connection, even if it's from a distance. That's why so many avoidants do things like watch your stories, check your online status, or even subtly lurk in the background without directly reaching out. Blocking removes that safety net. Suddenly, they can't see you. They don't know what you're thinking. And for someone who relies on emotional distance without losing complete access, that's unsettling. As philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche put it, when we are tired, we are attacked by ideas we conquered long ago. This is exactly what happens with an avoidant X after blocking you. At first, they feel powerful, like they've regained control. But over time, the absence starts to gnaw at them. What are you doing? Are you moving on? Have they lost you completely? Avoidants don't like chasing, but they also don't like feeling forgotten. And this is where your power comes in. By staying silent, by not reacting, by focusing on yourself, you create a void that they can't easily fill. And that, ironically, is what makes them start thinking about you more. The lesson? You don't need to remind them of your worth. They'll feel the loss on their own. Key point number 4. Chasing them confirms their fear. Letting go disrupts their pattern. One of the biggest mistakes people make after being blocked by an avoidant X is trying to fix the situation. They send long messages, create new accounts, or ask mutual friends for answers. But here's the hard truth. Chasing an avoidant only reinforces their deepest fear. That relationships mean losing control and personal space. Avoidants have a core belief that closeness leads to suffocation. So when they feel overwhelmed, they run. But when you chase, you're confirming their worst fear, that they can't have a relationship and their independence at the same time. And that only makes them pull away even further. As Lao Tzu wisely said, by letting it go, it all gets done. The world is won by those who let it go. But when you try and try, the world is beyond winning. The irony with avoidance is that the more you try to hold on, the more they feel the need to escape. But when you let go, that's when things shift. When they expect you to chase, and you don't, it disrupts their pattern. Suddenly, the comfort of knowing you're always there is gone. The predictability vanishes. And that's what makes them start wondering about you again. So what should you do? Nothing. No reaching out, no proving your worth, no trying to get unblocked. Instead, focus on yourself, your growth, and your own healing. Because in the end, the real power isn't in getting them back. It's in showing yourself that you never needed to chase in the first place. Key point number 5. Time and distance make them reevaluate their decision. At the moment they blocked you, your avoidant ex likely felt justified. To them, it was the easiest way to escape emotional discomfort. But here's something most people don't realize. Avoidants struggle with emotional processing, and that means their feelings take longer to catch up with their actions. Right now, they might feel relief. But over time, that relief starts to wear off. And something else creeps in. Doubt. The silence they created starts working against them. They start to wonder, did I overreact? Were they really the problem? Or was I just scared? As Steve Jobs once said, you can't connect the dots looking forward. You can only connect them looking backward. Avoidants don't process emotions in the heat of the moment. They process them after they've had space. And the longer you stay away, the more likely they are to reflect on their decision. But here's the catch. This only happens if you give them that space. If you try to break through their emotional wall, they won't have time to miss you. If you try to reason with them, they'll feel validated in blocking you. But if you disappear, that's when the reflection begins. The longer they sit in silence, the more their mind starts to replay memories, conversations, and moments with you. And without your presence to blame, they're left with only one person to face: themselves. So remember this. Time isn't your enemy. It's your greatest ally. Let them sit with their own emotions while you focus on your own growth. Because the real question isn't when they'll unblock you, it's whether you'll still care when they do. Key point number 6. The fear of losing you often hits them too late. Avoidants operate on delay. They don't process emotions in real time. They suppress them. When they block you, it's their way of shutting down overwhelming feelings. But here's the thing. Avoidants don't truly feel the loss of someone until that person is completely gone. At first, blocking you gives them a sense of control. They think, now I don't have to deal with this. But time changes everything. The silence that once felt like relief slowly turns into emptiness. The connection they took for granted is no longer available. And here's what they didn't expect. You're not chasing them. As Paulo Coelho wrote in The Alchemist, when you can't go back, you have to worry only about the best way of moving forward. This is the dilemma avoidants face. By the time they start to miss you, they also start to fear that you've moved on. And that fear, it's one of the few things strong enough to override their avoidant instincts. This is why no contact is so powerful. It forces them to confront a reality they weren't prepared for, the possibility that you won't always be there waiting. But here's where many people go wrong. They assume the moment their ex starts feeling the loss, they'll come back right away. That's not how avoidants work. Instead of rushing back, they hesitate. They watch from a distance. They might even test the waters with small, indirect actions. Viewing your story, liking an old post, or reaching out in a casual way. Your job? Don't give them immediate reassurance. Let them fully sit with the weight of losing you. Because once they realize they may have actually lost you, that's when they're forced to ask themselves the one question they've been avoiding. Did I make a mistake? So there you have it, the intricate dynamics behind an avoidant ex blocking you and what it truly means. It's not just a simple act of cutting ties. It's a complex emotional response rooted in fear and uncertainty. By understanding these patterns, you're not just equipped to handle the pain of being blocked, but you're also empowered to reclaim your own narrative. Remember, your silence is powerful. It's a testament to your strength and self-worth, a way to show that you won't chase after someone who isn't ready to face their own emotions. You have the right to set boundaries and prioritize your own healing. As Rumi wisely said, the wound is the place where the light enters you. Your pain can transform into growth if you allow it to. If you've taken anything away from today's video, let it be this. You are not defined by someone else's inability to engage. Your value isn't contingent on their recognition or presence. Instead, focus on yourself, your passions, and your path. And while it may be tempting to dwell on what you lost, remember that sometimes what feels like an ending is just the beginning of something much more beautiful. An opportunity for self-discovery, personal growth, and healing. If you found value in this discussion, make sure to subscribe and join our community. Hit that notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos, where we dive deeper into relationships, emotional well-being, and personal empowerment. We're in this journey together, and your support helps us create content that truly resonates with you. Thank you for joining me today. Remember, the best is yet to come, and your story is still being written. Embrace the journey ahead, and I look forward to seeing you in the next